Good morning, everybody. We're going to mute everyone now. We're about to get started. Wishing everybody a good day. Just a couple of reminders that as we get started and go through this, if you want to speak and be recognized, you must use the use your hand function, raise your hand function. You won't be recognized if you don't use it or are recognized. So if people try to speak without being recognized, you'll be muted. Otherwise, it'll be chaos. We're going to go ahead and get started and have the posting of the colors.
Forward. Delegate. Delegate. Xaad. Who? Order. Who? About face. Who?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, this beautiful day that you have given to us. We are the Alaska Native veterans. We ask that you give a blessing to our meeting for all the members who are present and those who are here in spirit. We ask for a blessing on the color guard and also those veterans and their mothers who gave birth to the courageous young men and women who took a step forward when their country called. We ask these things in the precious name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Which way? This way. Delegate. Left face. Hoop.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here this morning with all of you. My Clinkette name is Gunalchéesh. I'm Kagwantan from the Eagle's Nest House, Richard Peterson, and I serve as president of Clinkette and Háw'aa. A&B Grand Camp President, Marcelo Quinto, ANS Grand Camp President, Daphne Albee, President Emeritus, Edward K. Thomas, honored elders and guests. It is my honor to call this 87th Annual Tribal Assembly of the Central Council Clinkette and Háw'aa Indian Tribes of Alaska to order. We'll now have our invocation.
Today we're gathering together on Zoom to have our 87th annual meeting. And we're going to open with a word of prayer. The word of God tells us that in 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Today, as we gather, we're going to be doing many things that will help our people, and the most important thing in our life together is to be able to pray and ask God for his directions and guidance. And we're going to do that this morning. So let's have a word of prayer. Father, we come today in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. We thank you, Lord, that we have access to the throne of God. And Father, we ask you to lead and guide and direct everything that will take place for this few days, Lord, ahead of us. We ask you to touch every family, home, and members of the family, Lord, to heal those that are sick, Lord, and be with us as we gather. And we ask for your wisdom, your knowledge, and revelation, Lord, in all that we do. And Lord, we ask you to be with those that are going to be running for election. We ask you to give them wisdom, knowledge, Lord, of what they say they'll help us with, and give them that guidance, Lord, to do this. We ask you covering over these next 2-3 days, Lord of God, that we'll be able to do what we have to do here today. We ask all this and thank you for it now. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Always ask forgiveness for my mistakes. I also forgot to recognize our Chief Justice, Cal Juice, Lisa Lang. I'm going to stray from the agenda very quickly. Unfortunately, yesterday we learned that longtime Sitka delegate Bertha Karras passed away yesterday. Many of you knew Bertha. She served on our enrollment committee for many years. So I'm going to ask for a moment of silence, and then I'm going to ask our Chief Development Officer, Will Ware, to offer a prayer.
Please, if you would join with me just in a moment of prayer. Father, we come before you, Lord, with a heavy heart this day over the loss of Bertha Karras. And Lord, we just ask God for your comfort and your encouragement for us as a tribe. Even more so, Father, we pray for her family and for her friends. We pray for encouragement and a peace that can only come from you. And Father, we look forward to the day until we meet again. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for that. We all are sending our prayers and uplifting thoughts to the Karras family. Now appoint Parliamentarian and the Sergeant at Arms. I hereby appoint Madeline Soboleff Levy, Parliamentarian.
Thank you, President Peterson.
I hereby appoint Jason Wilson, Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you, President Peterson. I'm honored to serve.
And now we'll turn to Anchorage Delegate Shirley Kendall for the Clinkette word of the day. Okay, we'll go to Juneau Delegate Robert Edwardson for the Haida word of the day and come back.
Today's Xaad Ki word of the day, Sasangang, means all together in one place. Sasangang Uttalung Kajkidang means we're all meeting all together. Sasangang, Sasangang, Sasangang. Thank you.
Háw'aa for that, Rob, and we'll now turn to Shirley Kendall for the Clinkette word of the day.
Sorry about that. I usually get a question from my students and so they could learn how to say, I love you. And of course, we go through the process of saying it and writing it. And of course, when we hear that, we think of the boy-girl situation and learning how to say it. But I wanted you to learn the words because I think it's important for your children and your grandchildren to hear it and learning it so that if they keep hearing it, they'll know what it is as they grow up. So we don't have to write it, so just say, it's got two underlined X's, but it's one word. So listen carefully after me. Ijaa. Say it again. Ijaa. Say it again. Ijaa. Okay. And I want to say one more thing that I'm 90 years old now. And so I think it's time for me to turn the job over to young Marks, and he can lead this, but I'm always available. Gunalchéesh.
Gunalchéesh. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa for the words of the day. I'm now going to turn over for the introduction of our tribal host to Catherine Edwards, First Vice President.
Good morning, honored delegates. Lingít Translation. Catherine Edwards, you had dosak. Yechnhat Sati. Schoonover ijaa. Engun Kwan ijaa. Hada lasis Gaya las gust u di kolagen. Nancy Scott di non uijan. Alberta Aspen di a uijang. Kashkani hindu I kiyang. I'm Catherine Edwards, member of the Executive Council, Seattle Delegate. My pronouns are she and her. I'm wearing a lavender shirt, my Clinkette and Haida vest, abalone earrings. I have long brown hair, sparkling brown eyes. I get them from my grandmother. And a Cindy Crawford smile minus the mole. This morning, I get the honor of introducing our tribal host. This is truly one of the best parts of being a member of the EC, moments like this one. This year's tribal host has been a longtime mentor, a man for all you new delegates. It's his shoulders we stand upon, a giant in our communities, husband of Marion Lauth and Jan Peel. Oops, I jokes. This year's tribal host is a former Seattle delegate, Fred Lauth. Fred Lauth Sr. was born in Ketchikan, Alaska, to Philip Lauth Sr. of Chomley and Olive Anna Ross, who was the daughter of Eva Skolka of Waterfall, Alaska. His Clinkette and Haida name both translate to big man sitting. He was raised in Heidelberg, Alaska until the age of 10 when he moved to Saxman and then Ketchikan. He worked at Ketchikan Spruce Pulp Mill for 12 years and also spent many years fishing on his boat. Fred and his loving wife, Marian Paratovich, have been married for more than 50 years. They raised their 3 children, Carol, Karen, and Fred Jr., in Saxman, Alaska until 1980 when they moved to Seattle so Fred could pursue his educational goals. Fred holds a bachelor's degree in business administration with a minor in Northwest Coast art from the University of Washington. He studied under carvers Marvin Oliver, Dwayne Pascoe, and Steve Brown. He became a renowned carver and owned and operated One Haida Frog Totems carving shop in Ballard for many years. In 2015, he became the first tribal citizen to be certified under Clinkette and Haida's Certified Tribal Artists Program. Fred is known for sharing his talents freely, contributing his carvings, and donating his time to teaching his crafts. He and his wife, Marian, helped to create and lead Seattle Haida group Háw'aa, which has performed for well over 20 years. Fred has served our people in many roles over the years. He was Executive Director of the American Indian Elders of Seattle, Chief Executive Officer of Western Coalition of Alaska Natives, Board of Directors for Seattle Indian Health Board, Board of Directors for Cape Fox Corporation, CEO, President of the Cape Fox Corporation, Chair of the Haida Heritage Foundation. He retired this year as a Clinkette and Haida Seattle delegate after more than 35 years of service, during which time he served 3 terms as a vice president on the Executive Council, many years as the chair of the Cultural Heritage Committee and as the Clinkette and Haida Washington Chapter's president, vice president, committee chair, and trustee. Fred has impacted many lives and continues to be recognized for his loving spirit of his community and family. He received Clinkette and Haida's Delegate Citizen of the Year Award in 2015, AFN's Native Citizen of the Year Award. Seattle Haida community had a celebration of life party at Angle Lake. He has also been selected by President Peterson to receive this year's President's Lifetime Achievement Award. We are all truly blessed to have Fred in our community and be a part of his life. Thank you, Fred, for all your years of service. I am so proud to be able to have this honor to introduce you as this year's tribal host. Háw'aa.
Thank you. If we could now have a few words from Fred.
Okay.
Now they can hear you.
I said, what is it? I'm really, can you hear me okay, Rich? Yeah.
We can.
Oh, good. I'm really happy to be here. My wife, Marian, is here with us at Kara Peel's house up here, way up on the mountain. That way we could look down and see you guys up there. Yeah, so anyway, out of all the years we've been together, so been a real good experience being around the Clinkette and Haida and learning how to behave myself and quit acting up so much. Oh, I better shut up. Huh? I want to thank you guys for the hat. Really appreciate it. I had one before and somehow the kids got a hold of it and smashed it up. So I really appreciate having a new one. So thank you. Háw'aa. Gunalchéesh.
Yeah, they were.
Fred, if we were in person, you would be receiving a standing ovation right now. It's been a real honor to have served with you on the Executive Council, and you really are a true role model for our people. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh. I'll now turn over to 4th Vice President Tasha Hodge for the introduction of Tribal Hostess Millie Schoonover.
Good morning, Tribal Assembly. My name is Tasha Hodge, the 4th Vice President of Central Council, and it is my honor to introduce our tribal hostess, Millie Schoonover. Millie Schoonover is the daughter of Elwood and Helen Thomas and granddaughter of Sam and Bessie Thomas. She is of the Eagle Wolf clan and carries 3 Clinkette names. Millie has lived in Craig, Alaska most of her life and has fond memories of growing up there. She remembers the old boardwalks in town, tons of snow in the winter, and life when there was no television or electronics. Back then, you entertained yourself by visiting, telling stories, and sharing a cup of Hudson Bay tea and freshly baked bread. Her knowledge of how her grandparents and the whole clan lived in one large clan house and moved from camp to tramp, hunt, fish, and gather traditional foods is remarkable and refreshing. Millie's political career started at the age of 13 when she joined the Alaska Native Sisterhood, ANS. It was then that she realized she wanted to make a difference in her community and the lives of her people, and by the age of 18, she was elected ANS Grand Camp President. She is proud of the ANS, which continues to raise money that funds scholarships for graduates and assists those in need. From there, her political career snowballed. She served as the tribal president of the Craig Tribal Association for 17 years, 20 years as the council member for the city of Craig on the Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium's Search Board of Directors, Sean Seat, president and board member, Clinkette and Haida Craig delegate, and executive council vice president, and countless committees and advisory boards. Her greatest accomplishment, though, was to be elected as the first Native woman mayor of Craig in 2009. Although she is retired as Clinkette and Haida delegate, she continues to work on behalf of our people and currently serves on the council for the city of Craig, tribal council for Craig Tribal Association, and Prince of Wales Community Advisory Council as chair. Millie's philosophy is tried and true. Treat everyone you meet with respect and it will come back to you. Without respect, we are nothing. Millie carries herself with grace and dignity, has a humble spirit, and truly cares for others. Ladies and gentlemen, Millie Schoonover.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our tribal hostess, Millie Schoonover.
Unmute. Good morning, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Millie.
Good morning, Mr. President, Vice Presidents, and delegates. First and foremost, I would like to thank Judy Helgeson for submitting my name as the tribal hostess. And I can't convey to you enough how humbled and appreciative I am of this great honor. This year, I decided it was also time for me to retire so that the younger generation can step up to the plate and fill our shoes as we move on in our so-called senior years. Your theme this year I find very, very befitting. We go forward. And we've been going forward for generations and generations and generations as our ancestors have paved the way for each of us. And we've tried to pave the way for our future generations. I do feel bad that we can't be there in person. One of the highlights of my life was going to our conventions, seeing our brothers and sisters, family and friends from different communities. The tears, the love and the laughs that we've all shared throughout the years. I remember my very first convention, I was only 18, and I believe John Hope was the president. Back then it was just called Clinkette and Háw'aa. And of course we didn't have the hall. They had that little A&B hall where afterwards everyone went and danced, shook the building a little bit. So I've been able to watch Central Council grow throughout the years. Back then there was, I want to say maybe 50 delegates. And you look at the delegation today, the representation from the different communities, the different ideas that we all share together. I'm going to have to leave at 11:45 to catch a plane. I haven't made it home yet, so I will join you all tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you all on the Zoom. And again, thanks for this great honor. I wish you all well. Thank you. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Millie. I've had the distinct honor of learning and being mentored by Millie for many years. So very befitting this honor on her and Fred, as they've done so much for our community and for our people. So celebrate Millie and Fred during this tribal assembly. Before we move on, Daphne, I'm going to recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am requesting that our youth ambassador from Seattle, Christiana Edwards, be seated with the Seattle delegation.
Thank you. Without objection.
Thank you, sir.
Hear none. She is seated. Thank you. We're now going to move on. I will be the session chair, and I'm going to turn to Ella Bennett for the credentials report.
It's not letting me put it on silent.
Good morning. This is Ella Bennett. And I'm going to read you some statistics here. Sorry. Number of credential delegates authorized, 114. The number total registered delegate count is 116. Total number for a quorum, 59. In accordance with Article 6, Section 3 of Clinkette and Háw'aa Constitution, a quorum shall consist of a majority of the delegates, and no business shall be transacted unless a quorum is present. That's the report that I have, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you so much, Ella. Appreciate your work. I hereby declare quorum. And now entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda. Selena Beerley.
Thank you, Selena. Is there a second?
Second.
Can you have to announce yourself? Okay, we have Pat Alexander for a second. Discussion. Joey?
Question?
All for the question.
Question's been called. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Opposed, nay.
Oh, I finally got my picture off of there and it muted.
Hearing no opposition, motion carries. This is going to be the fun of virtual tribal assembly. We have before you the minutes from October 1, 2021. If there's a motion, perhaps motion with unanimous consent? Share.
Motion to accept the minutes as a unanimous.
Thank you. Hearing no objection. Minutes are adopted. Thank you. We have before you the standing rules of order with the proposed amendments for standing rules of order, rules of election, and Title 15 and enrollment. Is there a motion to approve?
Jerry Hope, I move to approve.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. Is there a second?
Second, Ben Cornell.
Thank you, Ben. Discussion?
Question.
Question's been called. All those in favor signify by aye.
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 Thank you. Opposed, nay. Hearing no objections, so ordered. All right, we'll turn to Rob Sanderson Jr. for the resolutions report.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Rob Sanderson Jr. I serve as Clinkette and Haida's Resolutions Chair. This morning, I will be giving our Resolutions Committee report. The committee purpose: the committee will review and ensure all resolutions are presented consistent with acceptable format before tribal assembly. The committee shall make recommendations on resolution distribution to committee and recommended the organization of resolutions dealing with resolutions management submitted to the Tribal Assembly. The chairman from the Resolutions Committee shall be assigned with the duty of determining the placement in committee of resolutions that are submitted to the Tribal Assembly. The committee shall also make other recommendations to the Tribal Assembly. The committee itself deems useful or necessary in the areas of the resolutions and the resolution process. Committee report. The Resolutions Committee met on April 7th, 2022 in a joint meeting with the Committee on Committees. 18 resolutions were considered by the Tribal Government Rules Committee, the Resolutions Committee, and Committee on Committees. 7 resolutions were referred to the Tribal Assembly committees. Committee chairs will bring these resolutions to the Tribal Assembly floor for consideration on the last day of Tribal Assembly. 11 resolutions are recommended for the consent calendar. Any consent resolution not adopted and pulled from the consent agenda will be referred to the Executive Council. I would like to take this time to recognize our hardworking committee members: Marvin Adams, Jessica Dominy, Jerry Hope, Tasha Hodge, Karen Luth Elliott, Jackie Peda, and Paula Peterson. Thank you. And this is my report.
Thank you, Vice President Sanderson. We'll now hear from our welcome addresses.
Hello and greetings to all the delegates gathered for the 87th Tribal Assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to welcome you to your virtual meeting. I am continually honored that Selena Everson gifted me the Clinkette name Xaad Ki, Lady of the Land. I am of the Raven moiety and adopted into the Deshitan clan. Your theme, "We Go Forward Together," certainly resonates. Even in the midst of all of the challenges over the past couple years, we've made some good headway together. Thanks to the work and advocacy of many of you on a number of fronts, we've made significant progress on public safety, infrastructure, COVID relief, and more. Last month, we secured a historic bipartisan win for safety in Native communities with the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, or VAWA, which had been expired since 2018. It was really an honor to attend a ceremony last month at the White House along with President Peterson, celebrating a modernized VAWA being signed into law. This reauthorization includes my tribal title, which strengthens and further restores tribal jurisdiction over domestic violence and related crimes. It's important to note that these reforms benefit not only the tribes in the lower 48, but also those in Alaska. Now, one of my top priorities as a lead negotiator of VAWA was to address the horrific reality of Alaska's high rates of domestic violence. Advocates from your region have highlighted the tragically high rates of violence in Native communities and worked on solutions to the problem. I worked closely with Michelle Demert, Deborah O'Gara, and tribal advocates across our state to ensure the unique needs in your communities would be addressed. As Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, I worked to ensure an open and transparent process drafting the tribal title. We held a hearing on the issue in December, where Michelle Demert provided excellent testimony. We solicited public comments, and out of this process, we developed and included the Alaska Public Safety Empowerment Pilot Program and gained crucial support for it. This pilot builds on years of work and expands on the ideas that our late Congressman Don Young had to recognize the unique and the complex jurisdictional landscape in Alaska. I look forward to working with all of you on implementation of this pilot and strengthening tribal justice systems across Alaska. Now, resources are also a critical component for improving access to justice and addressing the crisis of missing, murdered, and trafficked Indigenous women and girls. And to that end, I included in the FY22 appropriations bill an increase of $5 million for cold casework and MMIW activities. I also included an increase of $4 million for tribal courts in PL 280 states. And as a part of the new congressionally directed spending process, I secured $1 million for the Alaska Native Justice Center to provide training and technical assistance to help address public safety, justice, and child welfare. Another big win I worked on for Alaska, one of perhaps the most consequential bills I've ever helped negotiate in my career, was the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. From the very beginning, when our smaller bipartisan group of 10 was negotiating the bill, I made sure that Alaska Native communities were a priority. The tribal investments we included will help close the digital divide in Alaska by providing funding for broadband and telecommunications needs. We also secured historic investments for Indian Health Service water and sanitation and funding for climate resilience and community relocation. In the appropriations process, I've included funding and report language to protect the health of our waters. Know that I'll continue to raise the issue of transboundary mining with the administration and Canada at each opportunity available and include necessary funding to implement the Pacific Salmon Treaty. I've also secured funding for water quality monitoring and the International Joint Commission's work to address gaps and limitations in transboundary governance between the U.S. and British Columbia. Now, another outstanding issue that I've worked with many of you on is to finally provide lands for the 5 landless communities in Southeast. Since introducing the Southeast Landless Bill last fall, Senator Sullivan and I have continued our outreach to understand lingering concerns with some of the parcel selections. The Senate version has a minor update in the parcel selections for Ketchikan that address concerns that were received regarding the previous selections. So we requested that the Senate Energy Committee hold a hearing on S3296 in the upcoming months. So with that, I wish you all the best. I look forward to seeing you in brighter days in the future. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Thank you for all you do.
Hello, everybody, and greetings from Washington, D.C., and thank you to my friend President Peterson for the invitation to provide a virtual welcoming address to you and the delegates of the 87th Annual Tribal Assembly. And congratulations to all the delegates who were elected or re-elected. Not always easy running for office, I understand that. I wish you the best representing and serving your wonderful people. So let me jump into a few topics that I know are important to you. A lot going on here. Let me just first begin, before I get to some of the Alaska-related domestic topics. Obviously, what we're watching in Ukraine is a brutal, horrendous invasion by the dictator Vladimir Putin. Obviously, Russia is our neighbor. We know a lot about Russia. We had hearings just today, 4 hours of hearings with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of Defense, and I've been pressing both of them, the Pentagon in general, to get the Ukrainians the weapons they need, to tighten the sanctions, to share intelligence, to provide American energy to our allies and humanitarian relief to the brave people of Ukraine. I'm sure you all know Alaska has a very large Ukrainian population ourselves. Our hearts go out to them. And I think we're all inspired by the courage there. It's something I've been very focused on and involved with, but it's brutal. And I think everybody is heartbroken at the carnage and the atrocities that are being committed. So stay tuned on that. Now, back home, landless. I know how important it is to all of you. I continue, as I've done many Congresses before, to support our landless communities, including through legislation I've co-sponsored to ensure the incorporation of villages and urban corporations, as well as the transfer of land and funds into the land settlement. We're going to need your help, though, on a lot of these issues, pushing some of my colleagues to have them understand what's truly at stake. You all are the best advocates. They know where I stand, but I know it can be a burden, but having you guys come into town, particularly here, we can help set up meetings with other senators to make sure they fully understand and hear directly from you on that. Let me give you another one that's somewhat related and I know is so important, particularly to Southeast. I'm continuing to fight for more land selections for our Vietnam-era veterans who never received their native allotment. And specifically, we're pushing hard that certain land refuge areas are available to veterans so that they can get what they were promised during their service during Vietnam. So many, of course, are in Southeast. I never tire of bragging about our Alaska Native patriotic ethic of service. More veterans per capita who are Alaska Native than any other ethnic group in the country. As a matter of fact, I pushed a bill today in the Environment and Public Works Committee that would get more land. Unfortunately, it went down on a party line vote. Very disappointing, by the way. I did tell my colleagues that I want to make sure that they're going to hear from Alaska Native Vietnam vets and their families so they don't vote against this legislation of mine again. We'll keep fighting. Bit of a setback today that I was disappointed on, but I certainly have the back of our Alaska Native Vietnam vets and their families to implement this and make good on the promises that were made to them decades ago. They should get their allotment and they shouldn't be penalized for serving their country during a time when many American males were avoiding military service. And finally, a very good news issue relates to infrastructure. You know, the Congress passed last November a bipartisan infrastructure bill. I think this has enormous potential for our state. Roads, bridges, ports, highways, water and sewer, significant plus up for the Denali Commission. But let me talk about one area in particular that I really want to work with all of you on. That's broadband connectivity. We do really, really well in this infrastructure bill with regard to broadband, probably about $1.5 billion in that, another $500 million in what's called the Alaska Plan, the NTIA tribal program, which all tribes in Alaska participate in. Great job, by the way, all of you. This is a phenomenal opportunity if we coordinate these different federal programs together, tribes, state, fed, communities, ANCs. We could, in the next 5 years, I think, totally wire every village in our state. That's what our goal should be. Could you imagine what that could do for jobs, telehealth, education? So it's exciting. We're going to be working with all of you on that. We have the federal dollars. Now we just need the coordination over the next 5 years to make this happen. So I again want to thank all of you. I know this has been a really tough time in the last 2 years, but everybody worked together getting through this pandemic. Hopefully that's going to be finally in the rearview mirror. We can't thank all of you enough. What so many of you did on the front lines during that incredibly challenging time. Know that my door is always open on these and other issues. And I really look forward to seeing all of you in person soon back home in our great state. Hello, everybody.
Good day. Governor Mike Dunleavy here to welcome you all to the 87th Annual Tribal Assembly of Clinkette and Háw'aa. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to address the representatives of more than 33,000 Clinkette and Háw'aa people in Alaska and around the world. Clinkette and Háw'aa is a model for regional tribal government, and the state of Alaska appreciates your partnership on multiple efforts, such as the Tribal Child Welfare Compact, emergency response, the Village Public Safety Officer Program, and much more. As Alaskans, we share the values of pride in our families and where we're from, respect for each other, stewardship of our environment, and strength and courage. As your governor, I want to build on this foundation of common values and continue to listen to your voices. As governor, my top priority since taking office has been public safety, and the VPSO program is critical to this effort. In this area, Clinkette and Háw'aa have been a leader and a tremendous partner in executing and improving the VPSO program. I want to thank President Peterson and Regional Coordinator Wilson for their testimony on HB 313 and SB 81 to implement many of the recommendations of the VPSO Working Group report. I also want to thank them for their support of my proposed increases in resources for the VPSO program. By adopting the two-officer model, Clinkette and Háw'aa is demonstrating what a more flexible program and innovation can achieve. Improving officer safety and work-life balance leads to improvement in officer retention, and I congratulate Clinkette and Háw'aa for its achievements in this critical area. By earning the support in your region and with a local trooper detachment, you are demonstrating how the VPSO program should work, and I appreciate all your efforts to secure your community. Public health has also been at the forefront over the past 2 years as we managed through the COVID-19 pandemic. After I moved to Northwest Arctic as a teacher in the early 1980s, I spent a lot of time speaking with the elders, many who lived through the 1918 pandemic. As your governor, I was determined that there would be no repeat of that devastation to our people on my watch. From the beginning, we emphasized local control and crafted thousands of community mitigation plans with the help of organizations like Clinkette and Háw'aa. Clinkette and Háw'aa was at the forefront of community protection by standing up its Tribal Emergency Operations Center in April 2020. And I want to thank you for everything you did and continue to do to protect the people of Alaska. By protecting our communities and utilizing local input, we've achieved some of the best outcomes in the entire nation, while allowing our critical industries such as mining, fishing, and tourism to continue to operate. I also want to thank Clinkette and Háw'aa for the support your Emergency Operations Center has provided for several disaster events since it was stood up, namely the Haines landslide in 2020, the winter storms in Yakutat in January, and the Heidelberg Dam failure. Our State Emergency Operations Center worked closely with your emergency manager, Padron, and others to coordinate our response. Clinkette and Háw'aa provided resources, personnel, heavy equipment, and trucks that were critical to protecting lives and property in Southeast, and we are extremely grateful for the assistance from Clinkette and Háw'aa. Another area where Clinkette and Háw'aa is partnering with the state is in the area of child welfare. I want to take a moment to recognize the vital role that Clinkette and Háw'aa has played in partnerships with the Juneau Office of Children's Services to address child safety within our Southeast communities. The Alaskan Tribal Child Welfare Compact is the first of its kind in the nation, providing a formal government-to-government agreement between the state of Alaska and 18 tribes and tribal organizations, with a common goal of stemming the tide of child abuse, neglect, and disproportionate outcomes. As one of the Compact's co-signers, Clinkette and ijaa has worked tirelessly to improve the outcomes for Alaskan children. One such endeavor is Clinkette and ijaa's Title IV-E Maintenance Agreement, in which the tribe has assumed jurisdiction of cases in the state system and achieved successful outcomes such as the reunification and relative guardianship. I know the OCS staff and Juneau appreciate your work and looks forward to further collaborative efforts that promote the spirit of the family. Education is also a crucial part of every child's welfare, and education is another area where tribal compacting can play a role. I support the recent Senate approval of SB 34, which provides for tribal compacting demonstration projects in education. We share the vision for making this possible, and I look forward to working with Clinkette and ijaa on the next steps as we move forward together. Connecting Alaska to the digital world through broadband is one more area I share a common vision with Clinkette and ijaa with. My administration formed a broadband task force, then completed its initial report last November, and as a state, we are well positioned to begin receiving federal funds. My administration formed the broadband task force that completed its initial report last November, and as a state, we are well positioned to begin receiving federal funds through the formation of a state broadband office. With a priority on underserved areas, this broadband funding is a great chance to bring equality and digital access so that Alaskans may work and live anywhere in this great state without sacrificing opportunity. As always, my administration stands ready to partner with Clinkette and ijaa, where we can make the biggest and most positive impact on the lives of our people. Broadband is another example where we can make a difference together. As we work to connect Alaskans with the digital world, we know we must also maintain our physical connections in Southeast. That starts with the ferry system, where our Marine Highway Operations Board is meeting every 2 weeks to improve current service and make a sustainable plan for the future. We've begun this process by using 18 months of funding for the system to create a full year schedule for the first time, which runs through this September. We do have an aging fleet, and when the Leconte and Matanuska were laid up longer than expected this winter, we took action by contracting with Gold Belt and Allen Marine to provide service to Angoon, Hoonah, Tenakee, Pelican, Gustavus, and Cake. While we manage an aging fleet, we are utilizing and improving our two newest ships, the Taslina and the Hubbard. The Taslina helped fill in for the Leconte this winter, and we are currently adding crew quarters to the Hubbard at the Ketchikan shipyard. This will allow the Hubbard to make longer runs and serve most of the ports in Southeast starting this fall. My administration recognizes the vital role the ferry system plays in Southeast for travel, for commerce, for recreation, and for the well-being of all Alaskans. We recognize the need for all Alaskans to have the best access possible to health care. With Search building a $300 million hospital in Sitka, the ferry system will be vital for Southeast residents to have reliable transportation. We are committed to making sure they do. Finally, I want to share my appreciation for everything Clinkette and ijaa is doing to preserve the language, culture, and traditions of your people. As someone who spent nearly 20 years in rural Alaska with my wife and 3 daughters, who are tribal members and Native corporate shareholders, I see firsthand how important it is to preserve the history and traditions that go back for thousands of years. By dedicating your resources to the preservation of your heritage, you are ensuring that Clinkette and ijaa will always be part of the rich and diverse culture of our beautiful state. It's an honor to speak with you today, and my administration will always stand ready to work with Clinkette and ijaa now and in the future. I look forward to seeing you in person very soon. Thank you, and enjoy the 87th Tribal Assembly.
Welcome to Juneau, all the delegates and participants. I'm Marcelo Quinto, Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. I'm happy to see you here, as there is a lot of work to do. I'm glad to see you, as well as other Native organizations, are working to solidify our presence in the Juneau community, as well as elsewhere. I see where you have purchased property throughout the area, and that can only lead to potential growth in the future. I know that land here is at a premium and hard to find and expensive. Growing is painful, but you must do it if you expect to grow. I have heard many conversations about how the natives are buying a lot of buildings and property. It's good. We can now expand and increase our presence and job opportunities in Alaska and elsewhere. We will be able to grow with Juneau and other areas, which will give jobs and opportunities to our people. We must remember that it takes all our Native organizations working together and supporting each other that will make us stronger. I mean, it will also take our young people who have gone on to make a life for themselves, getting an education and experience, and who want to help make it a better place for our elders, our children, and ourselves to live in. We have come a long way from the day when only the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood were working to make things better. We now have Clinkette Haida, you people, and Sea Alaska, and Search, and urban and village corporations. We are all making an impact on us in Alaska. We should be proud and support the people who work hard to make life better for us. I thank you for your time and effort to achieve that goal. Good luck and enjoy your stay.
Welcome to the delegates, executive officers, and tribal citizens of the Clinkette Haida 87th Tribal Assembly. My name is Daphne Albee, and I am representing the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp, and I serve as the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President. Like the Clinkette Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, the Grand Camps of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood work together for the betterment of our people. We sincerely appreciate the love and dedication each of you give to work on important issues from subsistence, voting, VAWA, education, healthcare, land back, and transportation, just to name a few. We encourage you to join your local camps of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood to continue your work from the local levels and move forward the issues to the state and federal levels. The Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp Annual Convention is scheduled for October 6th through the 8th to be held in Anchorage, as well as a virtual option. As a reminder, the state of Alaska now has the ranked choice voting election system. The special primary election to fill the seat of the late Don Young will be mail-in ballots. Please be sure that you are registered to vote and that your mailing address is updated by May 12th. Voting is an important method to have our voices heard. The Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood support your work as delegates, and we look forward to working together on behalf of our people. We wish you a successful tribal assembly. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you for those reports. In my haste in moving forward, back to the Resolutions Committee report, we should have had a motion to approve the consent calendar of resolutions. If I can, Joey, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. President Peterson. I move for unanimous consent of the consent calendar for resolutions for the 87th Annual Tribal Assembly.
Thank you very much. Without objection? Order, thank you. We'll now take a 15-minute break.
I took the red line off.
Okay, we're now back to order. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed this slideshow. We're now going to go into reports. So we'll start with the State of the Tribe address.
Greetings, Tribal Host Fred Lauth, Tribal Hostess Millie Schoonover, A&B Grand Camp President Marcelo Quinto, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, delegates, elders, honored guests. Welcome to the 87th Annual Tribal Assembly and to my State of the Tribe address. Our theme this year is We Go Forward Together. My Clinkette name is Ijaa. I am Richard Peterson, President of Clinkette and Háw'aa. The content of my report today will be to go over the administration, government activities, regional trainings, expansion of the tribe, and our executive council. Our executive team is an invaluable asset of the tribe. We meet weekly to ensure that the tribe is moving our mission and vision forward and to best serve our citizens and be the employer of choice. They advise me in decision making and continue to push our projects forward. The tribe has grown tremendously over the past 2 years. I wanted to share pictures of our management team so you can put faces to names. We've heard it from our citizens and delegates that we need to serve our citizens regardless of service area. This past year, we have worked hard to be able to do that. We are also expanding the trainings that are offered at the tribe so that we can assist all tribal citizens in their career goals. Our executive team has been working hard to achieve these goals. It's important that we, as elected leaders for the tribe, legitimize our own governance and continue to stand in our inherent sovereignty. When you fill out your declaration to run, you are taking on the responsibility of holding an elected office. It's important to stay engaged, engage citizens in your community to hear their needs, concerns, and to relay that information to the Executive Council and myself. We continue to work with our Alaska Regional Coalition. The coalition has established good working relationships in the legislature, and we have become a go-to for invited testimony, coordinated and unified in our messaging. Clinkette and Háw'aa has established our voice in the Capitol building. Most of our testimony is invited, meaning that the legislators seek us out and want to hear where we stand on important issues. Because the Biden administration has committed to government consultation, we have had more opportunities to engage in high-level meetings, which has led to 2 recent trips to the White House and an appointment to the Progress Negotiated Rulemaking Committee. In the area of murdered and missing Indigenous women, Vice President Edwards has provided meaningful testimony on several occasions. The tribe has nominated her and Judge Michelle Demert for the Not Invisible Act. We hope to hear that they are appointed soon. They are strong voices for our murdered and missing Indigenous persons. While the pandemic really could have slowed us down, we pushed forward. Now we are hosting virtual events and able to reach a greater audience. We are excited to build out the Clinkette and Háw'aa campus and our departments to better serve tribal citizens. You will hear more in the Chief Development Officer's report about this. In our continued efforts to meet our citizens where they're at, we have opened the Anchorage office and are looking to expand our Seattle office. We are also hiring our community navigator team. We will have one in each of our communities, and they will be a conduit for our citizens to get connected to better services. Vice President Edwards has completed her job shadowing in line with our succession plan. She has been able to step in for me when I need her, and she is a strong voice and advocate for our people. Vice President Micklin continues to provide participation and guidance on a national level, He's instrumental in the tribe's successful application for a 2.5 gigahertz broadband application. Vice President Sanderson has been a strong voice during this pandemic in encouraging our community to follow the mitigation strategies. I appreciate his willingness to step out and speak up. He has been a strong advocate for our ways of life and protecting it in perpetuity. As the chair of the Indigenous Transboundary Commission, he meets with leaders from the state, federal, and Canadian governments to protect our salmon rivers. Vice President Hodge has really jumped right in. I appreciate her commitment to the tribe and staying engaged. She serves on many committees and attends as many meetings as her schedule allows. During this past term, Vice President Wolf has assumed the role as Sustainable Southeast Partnership Director, and this has been an important role for our villages across the region in assuring that we have a seat at the table when it comes to the management of our resources. Vice President Kadek has the trust and confidence of our citizens and continues to bring their voices to the table. Our emerging leader has been eager to learn and brings passion to the issues of murdered and missing Indigenous persons. Gunalchéesh Háw'aa to our Executive Council and staff who have held up the tribe and continue to work hard and work on behalf of our tribal citizens. Your strong resolve and commitment to the pursuit of our tribe's mission.
Okay, we're going to take about 5 minutes after each report for a few questions and answers. Please use the raise your hand function if you have any questions or comments. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Mr. Martin, President Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wonder on the process that you have us all muted. If there is something going on that we need clarification or a point of order or anything like that, are we still allowed to raise that point of order, or do we need to go into raise your hand portion?
I think if you have an immediate point of order, it'll be fine. If you do, we ask that folks otherwise use the raise your hand function so they can be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Cecilia? You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a quick question about, I'm very happy to see that Clinkette and Ijaa is purchasing properties. That's one way of getting land back if you've got the money. But how much money do we have, or how much more properties are we looking at? Are any of the properties being able to be self-sustaining and or providing income for the tribe? Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's a good question. Yes, we're in a very good financial position right now, so we're able to do that. With the two most recent acquisitions, because of COVID, we were able to use ARPA funding. And then we have the 105L program that we've started utilizing this last year. And we get full, so far we get full reimbursement on all space that's used to provide governmental services. So that brings in the sustainability factor. And we're evaluating projects, properties, and opportunities now. And our priorities are to get to our underserved locations where we don't have local IRA tribes. So Seattle, San Francisco are next, and we continue to evaluate where and what our needs are. We recently visited Linwood and some properties in Linwood and Everett, and we're negotiating now. But the good thing there is we've already figured out we can put about 24 positions there already, which will bring just, obviously increased service to those who haven't had any. Luella?
Excuse me. Hi, President Peterson. I was wondering how it's going with the hiring of the people in the communities.
I think that's good. That's going to be covered under our COO's report for the Navigator hires, but right now it's going very well. I think we have most of our positions hired.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take the last question, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, President Peterson. I also mirror the concern of the acquisitions of property. I applaud Central Council, grabbing those, and I think it's important, but it's also just as important is that we have a way to pay for those. And traditionally, you see rent rolls, cash on cash rate of returns, and a lot of formulas that go into these acquisitions. So when all these grant programs go away, they're sustainable. And I'm just wondering, to what extent was this thought out when you made those acquisitions? And is there something there that will make sure that after the grant funding goes away, these would be sustainable? But thank you.
Thank you, Marvin. I guess I'll just repeat my answer. So one, we don't owe any debt on these buildings. They've been paid off. So we don't have to worry about that. The other is that we have the 105L program that fully reimburses us for those. That's the sustainability. That's not a grant program. That's not going to go away. So we are full, as long as we utilize those to provide governmental services, which we do, we're fully reimbursed. We are in an amazing financial situation right now. Our debt is extremely low. We've used other opportunities to buy these properties, and we're going to continue to do so. And we evaluate and go through the due diligence process. I use outside consultants to make sure that any of these acquisitions pencil out. We've had them reviewed for physical and make sure that the buildings are in good shape. And so we've had structural engineers. We do a very thorough due diligence process. And I'm very proud to say we have not put the tribe in any kind of arrears with financially.
Thank you.
We could not be stronger. So thank you for your questions. I'm going to turn over for our COO report.
Harala is Atlin is Artigurine lagen. Dit its haras gian yats hatagen. Gats akas gustu di qualagen. Hutangi hinu di kiang. Rold Helgeson yats hara kill hinu di kiang. Tribal host Fred Lauth. Tribal hostess Millie Schoonover. President Emeritus Ed Thomas. President Richard Peterson. Executive Council members, delegates, citizens, and fellow staff. Today, I am honored to provide the Chief Operating Officer report to the Tribal Assembly. As the Chief Operating Officer, I provide executive support to the President in all areas of tribal executive management. I serve as a liaison with various governments and private organizations, as well as on several boards and committees for the tribe. My job is to ensure that our operations remain consistent within the framework of our plans, our regulation and laws, and policies and procedures. The Chief Operating Officer provides leadership and oversight to the Tribal Operations Divisions. Those include the 477 Division for Employment and Training and Related Programs, our Operations Departments, including Human Resources, IT, and Self-Governance, our Community and Behavioral Services, including our Community Advocacy, Reentry and Recovery, Tribal Family and Youth Services, Wellness Court, and our new Behavioral Services Division. Other divisions include our Public Safety Division with Comprehensive Opioid First Responders Program, Occupational Health and Safety, our Office of Emergency Services, VPSO program, and our upcoming Wildland Fire program. Cultural Heritage and Education includes our newly renamed Generations Southeast program, Háw'aa, Higher Education, Little Eagles and Ravens Nest, and our Navigators program. Last but not least is our native lands and resources, from climate change to cultural interpretive training, cultural resources, environmental and natural resources, food security, Indigenous Guardians Network, our Native Veterans Allotment Support Program, and our Realty and Forestry. The following slides cover the many major accomplishments for 2021. Let's start with Community and Behavioral Services. Community and Behavioral Services continues to grow at Clinkette and Háw'aa. We were able to launch our Culture Heals program. It's an online addiction education treatment program. It's free and confidential as a tool to help our tribal citizens, to help them better understand substance use disorder and behavioral addictions, to understand the underlying factors that perpetuate addiction, such as adverse childhood experiences, insecure attachment, trauma, and co-occurring disorders. Our community advocacy and family courts are now part of our Community and Behavioral Services division, bringing our clinical staff together to assure clinical quality programs and oversight, as well as performance improvement. Our Community Behavioral Services Healing Center offers outpatient assessment and referrals for psychological testing. It's a culturally responsive counseling program with same-day crisis response. In just the first few months of 2021, we had 105 clinical referrals. Now, into March of 2022, we have over 150 concurrent clients in our program. We're helping citizens, employees, and healthcare providers with Wellness Wednesdays and Hope and Resilience talking circles. We operate a 24/7 crisis line, and we're pursuing accreditation so we can seek those alternate resources through billing and collection to expand our program. Reentry and Recovery currently operates 3 non-congregate sheltering facilities in Juneau, Alaska, with a total of 32 resident spaces. One of our non-congregate shelters had water intrusion this spring, and we are addressing that with important fixes and replacement. Tribal Family and Youth Services are also expanding. Our TFYS administers the programs for the Indian child welfare, in-home services, foster care licensing, and wellness for elders and youth. We have just recently opened offices in Seattle and in Anchorage, with new space in Kloak and soon to be new space in Sitka and in Haines. We've been providing case management services for 691 ICWA cases, 612 of them in Alaska. Washington has been another 50, and across other states we have 29 clients. Our Elders program continues services during this pandemic. Over 120 elders have received hot meals and additional snacks each month through this program. We've also provided additional services to 153 elders in 15 different communities, as well as hosted weekly elder talking circles. We're supporting our youth in our schools with summer camps for missing physical education credits, credit recovery, and agreement with the Juneau Douglas School District for study halls, Tlingit language, and Native Youth Olympic teams. Our Employment, Training, and Child Care Division includes the Child Care Development Fund that creates availability, affordability, and quality of child care services across our region. We've provided services to 520 children and 368 parents under the Child Care Subsidy Program. We've been working in partnership, providing 7 subcontracts across our region to support programs as early childhood language immersion education, food security during school time, youth traditional activities, and early literacy support. We've provided a one-time $750 stipend to 102 parents, 62 providers, and 10 foster parents. A total of $287,000 was distributed as part of this program. We've also partnered with our TANF program to prioritize children with parents receiving assistance in 3 of our different child care facilities. Employment and Training administers 5 different programs: burial assistance, general assistance, job placement, training services, and youth employment services. Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, or TANF, provides case management, monthly cash assistance, support services, and other services to eligible families within Southeast Alaska. We've been serving 292 families over the last year with $1.7 million in cash assistance, $178,000 in support services, and over $18,000 worth of work experience contracts. Our Tribal Child Support Unit continues to stand alone in Southeast Alaska and surpasses benchmarks that we have established for the program. We are the only child support agency in Southeast Alaska, and we've increased our caseload in 2021 to 1,344 families, distributing more than $1.1 million in child support. We reached the benchmark of collecting over $1 million in child support for the 4th year in a row. Our TCSU specialists now manage between 250 and 500 cases each, resulting in higher collections. We've successfully closed 118 child support cases, processed 71 paternity establishment requests, and provided youth employment services and support, which now has 78 students. Tribal Vocational Rehabilitation, or TVR, is a department that works to employ tribal citizens with disabilities to become self-sufficient and live independently through an array of VR services designated to help them achieve their unique employment goals. These VR, or vocational rehabilitation services, have helped 62 tribal citizens and families with disabilities. Cultural heritage and education is investing in our tribal citizens' future. This last year, we centralized the early education programs to be more effective, and frankly, that collaboration is paying off. Háw'aa provided over 129 hours of Tlingit language immersion to children ages 3 to 6. Our in-person part of that program reopened on November 16th. Little Eagles and Raven's Nest, or LEARN, was at 100% capacity for our pandemic level of service throughout 2021. That served approximately 30 students in the program. Head Start is an early education program supporting the whole child, including meals, health screens, culturally responsive education with parental involvement, and dental or oral health care. Clinkette and Ijaa Head Start has 15 classes in 10 communities, normally with 262 students, but for the pandemic, we've been maintaining 180 students due to distancing requirements. Our early education campus concept is an opportunity for Clinkette and Ijaa to co-locate its early education programs into a single campus in Juneau. This will allow our parents to enroll their children in different programs without driving to multiple locations across the city. We're also assisting students and tribal youth. Programs like higher education providing over $250,000 in college student assistance to 280 students. Our Johnson O'Malley program, providing supplemental education opportunities to Alaska Native and American Indian students, and is guided by local parent committees. The emphasis is on tutorial and cultural enrichment activities. We're operating 2 programs, one in Juneau and one in Wrangell. We serve 96 students in Juneau, providing both tutoring and cultural activities. Wrangell provided winter gear to all JOM students and hosted virtual cultural activities. Our Navigators program did not slow down at all during the pandemic and provided full services through all of 2021. The Navigators is a relationship-based prevention and early intervention program that serves Native youth ages 13 to 27. Generation Southeast, formerly known as the Vocational Training and Resource Center, is a tribal enterprise and state of Alaska post-secondary authorized institution, providing distance education and vocational classes for career certification. At Generation Southeast, the department offers classes in cultural and traditional activities, as well as continue to expand despite COVID by adding 6 new courses bringing a total of 56 programs available. Cultural Heritage hosted and or partnered on multiple cultural workshops, events, and training related to heritage, languages, and traditional harvesting. We launched a Gumboots Go, a children's video series rooted in Clinkette and Haida languages and ways of life. We hosted ntoo.át, the Boys and Girls Run. This program serves 106 students from Juneau, Yakutat, and Heidelberg. Public safety has grown at Clinkette and Haida. Our Village Public Safety Program is administered in partnership with local municipalities in the state of Alaska, as well as their Trooper Division. The program has been focused on search and rescue, fire protection, emergency medical assistance, crime prevention, and essential community-based law enforcement. Our village public safety officers are the first responders in many of our communities across Southeast Alaska. The 7 communities that participate in our VPSO program had a response of over 1,800 incidents in 2021, surpassing our goal by over 800 responses. We were successful in this pandemic by raising the wages for VPSOs through the state funding by $4 per hour. Our Office of Emergency Services has also been very busy during this pandemic. Standing up the Tribal Emergency Operations Center, we were able to respond to disasters as well as our pandemic response, including not only the COVID-19, distributing many thousands of dollars in personal protective equipment, the landslide in Haines, search and rescue activities in Juneau, water crises in Angoon and Heidelberg, and a search and rescue in Cake. The tribe recently launched an occupational health and safety program. The manager, starting in November of this last year, is responsible for building safety plans, security policies and procedures, annual inspections of equipment, developing a system for reporting occupational incidences, and job hazard assessments. This is an important task as Clinkette and Haida continues to grow in its facilities and locations, and we want to keep our staff, our citizens, and our visitors safe. Our staff have been involved in our first responders comprehensive opioid addiction and recovery program to increase the capacity of our VPSOs and other first responders to effectively respond to opioid overdose situations with emergency treatment. A new program funded through the Southeast Alaska Sustainable Strategy Funds by the United States Department of Agriculture is our Wildland Fire Program. An emerging issue of wildland fire is being seen across Southeast Alaska, not just in our region, but also across our state and the United States. We are currently developing a wildland firefighting team to meet this need. We will also be developing a training center and focusing our work around prevention. Native Lands and Resources is now a division at the tribe. We elevated this to a division as it was overseeing multiple programs, including environmental and natural resources, the Indigenous Guardians Network, Realty and Forestry, and the Alaska Native Veteran Allotment Program. The projects have included cultural interpretive training, food security, including traditional foods and greenhouses, subsistence and sovereignty, climate change, Indigenous Guardians, and cultural resources. Our Native Lands and Resources, or NLR division, submitted 6 claims to U.S. museums for repatriation of cultural items and successfully repatriated 2 significant cultural items, a mortuary pole and a house screen. Food Security, in this last year, constructed a new greenhouse located behind the Edward K. Thomas building. We're so pleased as this becomes an important keystone to our food security program. Land stewardship has included an agreement with Spruce Root on the Alaska Native Youth Stewards Program. We've completed 34 water samplings in Juneau and 22 on rivers in Southeast Alaska. We recently partnered with the Sitka Sound Science Center in order to study the extreme climate events that led to landslides not only in Sitka, but in Haines, Juneau, and on Prince of Wales Island. Our land co-management programs include our Indigenous Guardians Network, which is a partnership between the United States Forest Service and Clinkette and Haida to support Alaska Native communities and tribes. It incorporates traditional ecological knowledge in the protection, the preservation, restoration, and the management of traditional homelands and waters. We are also watching closely the environmental impact statement at the Mendenhall Glacier Visitor Center to push for as many co-management and co-governance opportunities as possible, as we are the federally recognized tribe in this area, and we would expect consultation with the Aquan. We want to see 638 expand into the United States Department of Agriculture. Grants and Resources is a new department at Clinkette and Haida. The department was formed in 2021 and is responsible for the development, writing, and management of grants across the tribe. We currently have 38 grants nearing $49 million. For management of our human resources, I want to thank Jody Wise for her 7 years of service as our HR manager at the tribe. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh, Jody, for all of your commitment to our tribe and to our people. Clinkette and Haida is growing and growing. We now have 498 positions with 427 filled. 307 of these positions are filled by tribal citizens. Over 80% of our employees are either tribal citizens or Alaska Native or Native American. Our employees will soon be in 21 Southeast communities, Anchorage, Washington, California, and remote workers across the United States, bringing our tribal citizens to employment. The Human Resource Department has been recently restructured, and we are expanding HR to provide additional support services to our senior and line management through significant revisions in our human resources programs. Those include updating our policies, our compensation plan and benefit plan, providing comprehensive management and staff training, developing a new classification plan, increasing recruitment activities targeting citizens and Native applicants. We are developing a new employee onboard process to increase staff knowledge of Clinkette and Haida history and programs, and providing professional level employee relation services for managers. Human Resources had 4 positions in the past, and that has now grown to 7. This includes HR generalists trained to handle all HR areas of the tribe, a dedicated recruiting manager, and a specialist to manage benefits, as well as a human resources director. Information technology has been busy during the pandemic. They've worked so hard to meet the need of us as staff to work remotely and expand upon that level of service, but not only the ability to connect, but also to protect our information technology system and the assets of the tribe. This growth required implementing and improving our technology systems, such as a new enterprise phone system, best practice cybersecurity monitoring and response system, and expanding the number of positions in the department. The team responded to more than 2,500 help desk tickets last year, and the number of users on our system grew from 207 to over 400 by the end of 2021. Tribal operations continues to support our sovereignty and our citizens. Every department and division in tribal operations has seen expansion and increased demand in 2021. We've been supporting our compact and our partnering tribes, developing new programs and expanding our Clinkette and Haida offices in Alaska, Washington, and California. Our Organization Development Department supported readiness for change by facilitating department activities, process maps, and professional development, as well as other training needs for the tribe. Using the BIA 105L process as an historic first effort at using this mechanism under the BIA to cover leases and buildings where government programs, functions, services, and activities are located. This first-time use by Clinkette and Haida has allowed the Bureau of Indian Affairs to reimburse the tribe for 12 leases totaling $3.1 million, of which $1.4 million were new resources to the tribe. This next year, we're adding another 24 leases to the 105L program. We've been expanding traditional foods and food sovereignty, working with Chef Amy Foote to rehaul menus for our early education programs, increasing the inclusion of traditional foods in those programs so that our children have first foods that are from our lands. A new food security program was created and a manager was hired. We developed a roadmap that was approved by President Peterson to expand these services, and as we speak, we are bringing herring eggs on kelp across not only Southeast Alaska, but our other Clinkette and Haida community councils. They will be involved in harvest, processing, distribution, and education related to traditional foods. Soon the program will be moving under our native lands and resources to expand our tribal food security efforts. We are in the process of creating a new customer service department at Clinkette and Haida. That recruitment is currently underway. We have launched a new operator center to assure that phone lines are answered at the tribe. The American Rescue Plan Act is a significant program at Clinkette and Haida. We have been able to implement multiple individual programs at the tribe, such as our Tribal Family Youth Services Wellness Program, tutoring at Thunder Mountain High School, our Emergency Broadband Navigators Program, food security and behavioral health expansion. In addition, our Executive Council adopted a community-directed ARPA program that allows for each one of our community councils to set priorities on how the funds may be used by Clinkette and Haida in their community. There are almost $27 million allocated to this program. To date, we have 54 programs across 14 communities, including traditional food, distribution, totem pole restoration, nonprofit support, burial assistance, early childhood education, tutors, and life skill instructors. 9 communities are still working on their priorities as we speak. The supplemental relief programs have already seen 2,038 applications, with over 921 paid, totaling over $700,000. We just began these programs under Community Directed, and we're so pleased with the work and the effort that our team has put together. Our rescue relief program for households began in August of last year. We had a rocky start, but now we're on top of it. We've had over 18,262 applications, of which 16,157 of them are paid. That means more than $16 million has been put into our households across the tribe. We were involved in 2 rounds of the CARES Act relief. We completed these programs in 2021, pushing nearly $5 million in funds dispersed to our households across the tribe. We also supported Sealaska and Shukáade in their CARES relief program, processing more than 11,000 applications in these very successful partnerships. We are pleased to share with the Tribal Assembly about our new Community Navigators program. We want to meet our citizens where they are at and where they live. This exciting new program for 2022 means we will have community navigators in almost all of our community council locations across the tribe. The community navigator is a liaison for our tribal citizens in their communities for the services offered by Clinkette and Haida, as well as other local services. A one-stop shop for our tribal citizens. The community navigators will also provide assistance and be a resource for general questions and concerns regarding Clinkette and Haida. Our community navigators will be knowledgeable about our services and assist our citizens in applying for those services. We've hired 10 community navigators to date, with many more to be hired soon. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh, thank you for this opportunity to provide an update to the Tribal Assembly. As always, we're happy to provide any further information to our Tribal Assembly. It is our honor and our pleasure to work for our people.
You're muted, President Peterson.
Still can't hear you.
Give us just a moment while we troubleshoot some microphone stuff.
Hear me now? Okay, thank you for your report, Roll. James Jack Sr., you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. My question is about the Vietnam era land allotment. I'm wondering how much support we are seeking from our congressional delegation as well as our legislators and governor's office. I'm hoping that they are taking into consideration that our people have been stewards of this land for over 10,000 years. And I asked one of our specialists from our veterans department to figure how much land would be involved in transferring to the eligible veterans from Tongass National Forest, and it comes out to be 0.4% of Tongass National Forest. Now that's very little payment for the consideration of being stewards of this land for 10,000 years, like I had mentioned, and I would hope that the powers to be or the current stewards of this land would take that into consideration and allow us to select lands in our own traditional homelands. Gunalchéesh for the opportunity to make this comment.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Mr. Jack, we couldn't agree with you more. We're working very closely with both our congressional delegation. We've had meetings with the governor's office about this. The governor has a proposed bill right now to give land to Vietnam era veterans, but we're still evaluating that bill. We understand it's not as straightforward as we were hoping. And Senator Sullivan stands as a very strong ally on this issue, as does Senator Murkowski. Very unfortunate to lose Congressman Young during this time, because he also is very supportive of several of our issues. But we are very committed to helping our vets. We think all of our veterans should still do their application, but don't accept the land, that's in the interior. You should be able to get that land here in our region, in your homeland. So we're working diligently on that. Native Lands and Resources Department, we've hired a veterans officer to help with that. And he himself is a veteran, so we're definitely taking that very seriously. Mr. Stokes, you're muted. Mr. Stokes, you're still muted. There you go.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I've been listening to the report from Mr. Helgeson, and I don't exactly know the wording for this, but I want to say that we have a very critical situation with the homeless membership up here, but we haven't had any information about what is in the future of what we're going to do and what we can do. It does seem like we need some guidance by Central Council.
We're happy to work with you and your community, Mr. Stokes, and we'll be, as the pandemic seems to hopefully be slowing down, we'll be doing more community visits as that allows, and we'll be happy to work. As you know, when we opened the office in Anchorage, the Anchorage Community Council had decided to direct some of their ARPA funding to several organizations, and some of those deal very directly with the homeless. And we want to continue those partnerships and expand on them so that we can have a meaningful impact on that.
I do appreciate that, if we do, but our membership have asked us, where are you located? What is your phone number? What are you going to do for us, or what are you doing for us? We don't have any of that information. We don't know where to start. The other thing is they are frustrated. I see people here that are membership and they have no place to go. One man I know is on a wheelchair. He's a former Marine. He's got one leg. He's a member of a Raven clan. The other thing is, they've been speaking about totem poles reconstruction. We have several up here in Anchorage that are just deteriorating completely. One is in front of the courthouse, a raven and an eagle. Another is at the hospital, A&MC. They are in need of some kind of care. They put them up there and they've been left alone. They're decaying and falling apart. I have one friend who happens to be a member, is willing to do that, to paint them and reconstruct them as best he can, but he needs help. We don't know how to go about that either. Or who do you see? We need a backing from Central Council to authorize someone from this area to go to them and let them know we will take care of it. If it's our tradition and custom. We can't just leave them alone. And the last thing I have to say, Mr. President, is I heard the congressional people speak of the landless. I know they're speaking of some of the service veterans, but what I'm getting at is the 5 landless villages. There was nothing said. When I first came back to Anchorage, I've been working on it ever since. We need more information. We need help. The only information we get, it is in Congress, but we hear nothing else. I know Cecilia's been working on it too, but so far we have nothing. I am approaching now very, very old age, and I've been working with this for nearly 50 years. I would sure like to see us, the 5 villages, get their power of having their own office and village. I know we have something working in Wrangell, but it's not like to have really our own land. And
Gil, somehow you got muted. We can't hear you. Hello?
I'm back on again.
There you go.
I just wanted to say that the landless is very critical for us and the 5 villages who are growing older and old, and many are gone. And when this starts, a new roll call of those landless people have to be taken again. Again, that is silent treatment that we're getting is intolerable. It is terrible to be without land in other villages. Up here in Anchorage, as you people know, that this is not Clinkette country, not Háw'aa country, not Simpsian company, but we are here. We are alive and well and striving but we can't do it alone. We need more support in contact with Central Council, and I know you are trying, but the time is short, it seems like, for many of us.
Gil, I don't want to cut you off, but we have 5 minutes for questions.
Okay.
If you'd like, we can address your questions.
Okay.
My
Thank you for hearing me.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Thank you, Gil, and I'm glad to see you actually joining us today from our new Anchorage office. So I hope you guys are comfortable there in the conference room. Most of the items that you've brought up, one, I'll start with the land list. Clinkette and Ijaa is very much in support of the land list. We have passed resolutions that we've been operating from to support the land list effort. And in fact, tomorrow we'll have a presentation from Cecilia Tavallero, and several of us will be joining that conversation. And we continue to look for ways to be supportive of that. A lot of your concerns about services and what's happening in Anchorage, we have the Anchorage office open now. It's located, as you know, at 670 I Street. Roald has shared the phone number in the chat. You're free to share that number out. We should, and I'll turn to our communication staff to do a post sharing that so that you folks can have it and reshare it. Also, our community navigators positions, one of the key roles of that position is to be that conduit for our citizens to services here at Central Council. So the week after next, we're having a meeting here in Juneau with our new navigators, where they'll be receiving training on all of our programs. And we hope that they'll be able to hit the ground running to help our citizens better navigate our programs and to meet the needs of our citizens. So I hope that answers your question, and I'll turn to Roald if I missed any.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have anything additional, just for our delegates to share information. We are at 670 I Street. That is downtown, about a block from the bus transfer center, so that it's accessible to our citizens across the Anchorage area. Our phone number 463-7350. We continue to add new staff into that office as we're able to hire them on board. So we're not at full force in the office yet, but we are slowly growing. We're so pleased that we're going to have this opportunity to reach our citizens in the Anchorage area. As you know, we have over 2,000 citizens in that area that we are serving, and about 50 ICWA cases actively in the Anchorage area. So, Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to add that.
Thank you, Roald and Gil. I hope that answers all of your questions. With that, I'm going to turn over for our CFO report.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, delegates, honored guests, precious elders, to the 87th Annual Tribal Assembly. This is the Chief Financial Officer's report. Please allow me to introduce myself. My English name is Teresa Belton. My Tlingit name is Galsint. I come from the village of Háw'aa. My Clinkette clans are Tequadi. My grandmothers are from Saxman and Angoon, and I'm also adopted into the Clinkette clan of Háw'aa, shukáade. My report content goes over the 2021 results, the 2022 proposed amended budget, the 2023 proposed budget, and also I'll introduce the current audit and finance committees. In 2021, our overall results were that we've completed the audit without any findings. Our trust fund account value increased by almost $3 million. Our general fund net position decreased by $2.5 million. And our enterprise funds net position increased by $1.2 million. In 2021, our trust fund report can be found in the audit on page 42. We began with a fund balance of $22.6 million, increased by interest and dividend income of $930,000. Also unrealized gains of $2.2 million, decreased by investment and interest fees of $97,000, a transfer out to cover indirect shortfall and tribal direct of $154,000, to come to an ending balance of $25.6 million. The 2021 general fund results can be found in the audit on page 45. Our total revenues came in at $6.6 million. Our total expenditures was $8.4 million, which is a deficit of $1.7 million. The trust fund transfer in of $154,000 and the indirect shortfall of negative $22,000 is a net total other financing source of $132,000. This resulted in a net change in fund balance of $2.5 million, almost all of which is attributed to the recognition of revenue in the PPP loan that we applied for in 2020. This brings our general fund beginning balance from $3.9 million to an ending balance of $1.4 million. Our 2021 indirect shortfall can be found in the audit on page 8. We had 5 grants that had an indirect shortfall for a total budget of $37,000 and resulted in an actual shortfall of $22,000. Our 2021 proprietary funds, which is all of our businesses, can be found in the audit report on pages 17 and also 77 and 78. The combined net income of all of our businesses was $1.2 million, less interest expense of $13,000 for a change in net position of $1.2 million. The primary reason for this positive net change is almost all attributed to the recognition of revenue in our PPP loans. Also, we had some small business grants and ordinary operations. So that brings our net position at the beginning of the year of a deficit of $58,000 to a positive net position at the end of the year of $1.2 million. In 2022 and 2023, these are our proposed budget amendments. For General Counsel, adding a coordinator and a staff attorney. In operations, adding an administrative assistant. In grants management, adding another grants manager. In human resources, adding a benefits coordinator and a benefits specialist. For our fleet management, adding 2 technicians. In our property management, adding additional building maintenance staff. In finance, adding 2 payroll accountants, an enterprise accountant, a procurement coordinator, a contract specialist, an inventory specialist, 3 purchasing specialists, and an administrative assistant. And for facilities, a logistics coordinator, a logistics specialist, a warehouse coordinator, a warehouse specialist, 3 warehouse technicians, a mailroom technicians, and 2 couriers. I also have the pleasure of working with the audit and finance committees. Please allow me to introduce the 2022 to 2024 committees. For the Finance Committee, the chair is James Jack Sr., Marvin Adams, Will Micklin, Paula Peterson, Helene Simpson. And for the Audit Committee, the chair is Catherine Edwards, Patricia Alexander, Jacqueline Peta, Mary Edenshaw, and Ken Sutherland. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you this last year. I am now available for questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Are there any questions for Teresa? Hearing no questions, then we'll move on to the Chief Development Officer report.
Honorable delegates, tribal host, and tribal hostess, fellow staff, guests, and friends. It's my pleasure to provide you with Clinkette and Haida's 87th Annual Tribal Assembly Chief Development Officer's Report of 2021 activities. My name is Will Ware, and I'm the Chief Development Officer. My Clinkette name is Xaad, and I reside from Petersburg. I am Ducktain Ton from the Háw'aa. That's a freshwater marked sockeye house. My grandparents are Billy and Martha James of Cake. My grandfather's Clinkette name was Saguch. My grandmother's name was Háw'aa. And my mother, Patricia Svetlak, her Tlingit name was Chanat Tla. Tribal development was a division of the tribe that developed organically. That is, the tribe had a vision of economic sovereignty and began with steps to achieve that a few years ago with some strategic acquisitions and business developments. Tribal development has since grown to include business and economic development, mergers and acquisitions, tribal transportation, title network, and Southeast general contractors. Of course, from these, we operate a number of enterprises and departments and have formed partnerships to achieve our vision of meeting our citizens where they're at. 2021 has been busy in tribal development with acquisition activities, our economic growth ventures, capacity and infrastructure building, as well as refining our enterprise processes for greater efficiency and providing better employment training. As you can see from this slide, this is the acquisitions that we've made in 2021, as well as combining all of the departments and programs under the heading of tribal development. While this will be reported on in much more depth next year in our highlights for 2022, I would be remiss if I didn't report that we've grown our BED department to include Jamie Cowan, who goes by JC, and Janice Hodge as our BED director. Both of these recent additions will help us in our capacity and ability to work in our region to provide economic development support for tribes and tribal citizens. The foundation and basis for what tribal development and our business and economic development departments do is based upon the vision of the tribe's economic sovereignty. As a result, Clinkette has and will continue to refine our current enterprises while looking to invest or create enterprises that create both jobs and livable wages and unrestricted revenue. I'm now going to focus on some of our 2021 highlights. Our historic Auk Village real estate purchases ended up being one of the largest acquisitions of office space acquisitions in Alaska history at just shy of 100,000 square feet, just in the Willoughby district alone. 2021, we were able to offer $2.2 million and rescue small business grants awarded to 446 tribal citizen small business owners in 25 Alaska communities and 23 states. We also created Title Network to administer our newly secured 2.5 gigahertz spectrum and other broadband projects. And we currently have an application in for $50 million for a tribal broadband connectivity program grant application that will build a wireless network covering Southeast Alaska communities. Southeast General Contractors was a strategic acquisition as the tribe knew we were entering a period of physical growth and had our own internal growth plans. In other words, we hope to hire our own company to achieve our growth goals, paying our own tribal citizen employees, and as such, continuing to grow our business experience and capacity. Our new property acquisitions acquired in 2021 include 1721 and 1725 Anka Street, the 400 Willoughby Avenue, and the 410 Willoughby Avenue, creating the campus of Clinkette and Háw'aa in the Auk Village area. Including the Anka Street purchase, we acquired just shy of 9 acres of real estate that was purchased in 2021 alone to meet the vision of improved access to services for our tribal citizens and to accommodate growth for even more services and businesses. It's also a way to secure ownership of our lands under the current federal private property law. I'm very proud of our small business grant program. Myrna Gardner was hired in 2021 to lead us in our second round of small business grants. As a result, from her team's work and efforts, we've seen much greater efficiency, greater response, and a shorter turnaround time and payments. As you can see from this slide, our tribal citizen-owned businesses have reported 1,027 jobs retained and 957 full-time employees supported, for a total of 446 tribally citizen-owned small businesses in 25 Alaskan communities in 23 states. And as you can see from the chart on the right of this slide, 302 of those were offered into Southeast Alaska alone. That's $1.5 million infused into Alaska's economy, and just shy of 600,000 infused into the lower 48 for 2021 alone. We're excited to see what 2022 brings. Tidal Network, or what was originally simply called Broadband, will one day become one of the tribe's largest departments, providing internet to the underserved communities in Southeast through a variety of options. Tidal Network was indeed created to lead the tribe's effort to close that digital divide across Southeast Alaska. And as I've already mentioned, we have an application in for $50 million to enhance this program and to help us meet that vision. We've built a consortium of 7 tribes and 3 Native organizations to implement a wireless internet service provider in 20 communities and a variety of locations throughout Southeast Alaska. I'm excited to report that we will be starting this pilot program for our WISP, or our wireless internet service provider, in Wrangell starting this spring and summer. What's most exciting is that we've secured our 2.5 gigahertz rural tribal priority window license from the Federal Communications Commission. I will also state that our Tidal Network team, led by Chris Cropley and Luke Johnson, have proven themselves to be both regional and statewide experts in the field of broadband, and we're excited for what their work has done and will do in this coming year. In 2021, Southeast General Contractors generated $1.8 million in gross revenue. I'm happy to report that out of our 13 laborers and carpenters and our 4 administrative staff, we are at a 90% Native hire. We've completed 14 internal projects for Clinkette and Háw'aa, including the Edward K. Thomas building renovations, the Crate Head Start Center upgrades to our Andrew Hope building, the build outs of Allen Court and Alloway Avenue non-congregate shelters, as well as renovating our newly acquired public safety offices from 2020. We also installed Yada Chun, a 20-foot aluminum canoe sculpture at the Overstreet Park in Juneau. Excitingly, we've also began construction on a model tiny home that can be, I said a model. We also installed Yada Chun, a 20-foot aluminum canoe sculpture at the Overstreet Park in Juneau. And we began construction on a tiny home model for affordable housing alternatives that could be scaled for other community needs. Excitingly, we've also secured our general contractor's license, so now we can begin bidding on external projects. I'll now be focusing more on our business and economic development enterprises. Those include Sacred Grounds Cafe, Smokehouse Catering, the Elizabeth Bradovich Hall, Sacred Shine Auto Detailing, Smoke Signals, which is our fireworks shop, and our retail shop online, which is shop.clinketteandháw'aa.com. Sacred Grounds Cafe. In addition to offering region-wide barista training, Sacred Grounds continues to partner with the tribe's 477 program. The 477 program not only helps tribal citizens gain employment, but provides the cafe with a labor force in a time when labor is in short supply. I am also happy to report that our Sacred Grounds Cafe in the Andrew Hope building has the most beautiful setting of Clinkette artwork in all of Juneau. We have installed a wall mural created by a tribal citizen artist, Michaela Goad, and metal carved formline artwork created by tribal citizen artist, Rob Mills. We've also expanded some of the offerings out of Sacred Grounds by launching our retail sales of custom hoodies, stickers, and coffee bags. Smokehouse Catering. In 2021, through a difficult time in the pandemic, our team was creative in finding other alternative sources of revenue. In 2021, we started our partnership and contracted with Allen Marine, a Native-owned business, to provide lunches for their summer operations. We also partnered with Sacred Grounds Cafe to provide grab-and-go breakfasts, lunches, and snacks. And we adapted the services that we were offering to our community to include boxed meals available for drive-through pickup and servers for buffet lines. Smokehouse Catering also partners with our internal departments and programs, such as TANF, to provide employment opportunities for our tribal citizens. We also provide catering services internally to our Head Start programs, our Little Eagles and Ravens Nest, and the Motherhood and Fatherhood is Sacred programs. The Elizabeth Peradovich Hall. Through this pandemic, we took the opportunity to make upgrades to the Elizabeth Peradovich Hall, such as we updated our air conditioning and heating systems for a more comfortable guest experience. We also partnered with the tribe's Emergency Operations Center, as well as the City and Borough of Juneau, to identify ways to host events safely throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also taken the opportunity to provide trainings to increase our staff development. And we're very confident that we can now expand our services to support more hybrid events. Sacred Shine Auto Detailing. Our Sacred Shine Auto Detailing crew continues to obtain more certifications so that they can continue to provide greater services and an experience through our detail shop. We've also relocated to our newly acquired Anka Street property, which allows for larger space and further expansion of opportunities. We can now, instead of servicing one vehicle, we can service up to 3 vehicles at one time. We also have plans on launching a mobile detailing unit that offers on-the-go auto detailing training to communities across Southeast Alaska. And we're proud to report that we maintain at this enterprise 100% native hire rate. Retail sales. 2021, we rebuilt our website to shop.clinketteandhaida.com. Please keep checking the site for our most up-to-date logo wear and products. Smoke Signal Fireworks, I'm happy to report, had another successful 2021 year, and we're looking forward to even greater successes in 2022. Our enterprises have experienced a tough couple of years through this pandemic, and the tribe committed to not laying anyone off as a result of the pandemic, and we should all be proud of that. It did provide us an opportunity to refine processes, efficiencies, and the effectiveness of how we operate our enterprises. As a result, we are more flexible and yet more firm in our push for economic sovereignty. Tribal transportation. I charged our tribal transportation department to develop a fleet maintenance program for Clinkette and Haida. Clinkette and Haida right now has approximately 50 vehicles within our vehicle inventory. Our fleet maintenance will continue to provide routine oil changes, tire rotations, and light mechanical work for all of our Clinkette and Haida vehicles. We also relocated the Tribal Transportation Office to our new Anka Street property. This allowed for a tremendously increased space for the fleet maintenance requirements. We've also added a number of new properties to the tribe's roads inventory, such as 2631 Channel Drive, which is our Southeast General Contractors facility, our 86 acres, once known as the Cowie Creek subdivision out of North Douglas, our 1721 and 1725 Anka Street locations, as well as 400 and 410 Willoughby Avenue, the Certified Tribal Artist Program, and the Cultural Immersion Center. Clinkette and Haida provided 19 certified tribal artists with a Rescue Small Business Relief Grant, up to $5,000. We also certified 11 tribal citizen artists, bringing the total number certified to 80. As an interesting side note, the Certified Tribal Artist Program was created in response to a 2015 Tribal Assembly resolution. Our very own Fred Luce Sr. was the first tribal artist to be certified in this program. Our Cultural Immersion Center. We are continuing our environmental work on the leased lots at the Thane site. However, in 2021, we hosted an outdoor youth cultural activity at the site. And we're continuing to explore the procurement of leases and transfers of land ownership for the surrounding parcels at the Thane site. Our 2022 goals. We will continue to meet our tribal citizens where they are at through all of our tribal development activities and programs. We also plan to increase the number of tribal citizen applications for our Rescue Small Business Relief Program funds. And we're looking forward to creating a small business support center with the focus of innovation and clustering. We're looking to acquire large external construction contracts for Southeast General Contractors, and we will begin development of the Cowie Creek subdivision. We're looking forward to defending Clinkette and Haida and other tribal partners' FCC 2.5 gigahertz spectrums by using cell on wheels, or COWs, with our first pilot project rolling out in Wrangell this summer. We're looking to support renovation efforts for post-pandemic compliant office spaces at our newly formed campus at 400 and 410 Willoughby Avenue properties, as well as the Andrew Hope Building here in Juneau. And we will continue to acquire properties and businesses that meet Clinkette and Haida's strategic plan for growth and economic sovereignty. This concludes my report, and I stand ready to answer any questions. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Chief Háw'aa for that report, Will. Are there any questions for our Chief Development Officer? Mr. Cornell? You're still muted.
Maybe try pushing this.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead, Ben. Now we lost him. Sorry, we lost you, Ben.
How's that?
Yes.
I was pressing the button while I was talking. Apparently it goes back off. I was just wondering about 2631 Channel Drive. I've always wondered what we were going to utilize that particular building for.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cornell. And so that Channel Drive facility houses our Southeast General Contractors company.
Thank you. I was just wondering for years.
Sure, no problem. If you'd like to, one of these days that I'm here in Juneau, feel free to give me a call. I'd love to give you a tour.
Certainly. And then one last question was the small buildings that you're building. Is there any of that going to be happening in Juneau for the homeless?
We certainly are continuing to grow and really have a focused effort on working on our partnership with Clinkette and Haida Regional Housing. However, what we've started off with is creating some of these model tiny homes. It was the first one that we've built successfully, and we're eager to go ahead and share that with any of the communities across the Southeast that is interested in acquiring some of those.
Certainly, I certainly appreciate your efforts. It's CBJ Community Development that has restrictions like 10 by 12s, and I was always interested in seeing if you're working with the city to see if they expand it, because some of them have families out there. It'd be nice to build one a little bit bigger, like 10 by 16.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, if you're working with the city, that'd be great, because I was working on that for a while. Thank you.
We are in a we have a lot of conversations going on with CBJ regarding some of the building plans that we have here in Juneau as well. So yeah, well, thank you for your question.
Thank you. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen from Seattle Delegate. My question is I'm really curious about the Amazon funding on the Smile. Do you have like anything to report on that? I know I use it, so I was just curious.
I think that's something we could probably share out, but we'd have to generate a report on that. So I'll have Teresa. It's pretty small, but it does go to language efforts. Cecilia?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I commend you on your very detailed report. Well, I did have a question about the tiny houses. How much does it cost to build one? And is our own construction company building them? And are they being sold to the general public? And just as a side note, before you answer those, the city of Seattle has a tiny home village, they call it that, where a number of homeless people have access to stay there. And it seems like there's very little rules for them when they're staying there. But it seems to be working for a number of people. I know one Southeast lady who moved down to this area years ago. She was staying there, and she said it was a really good program. And they will find homes for them somewhere else. It's just like a temporary to get out of the weather. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Gunalchéesh, Cecilia. So Southeast General Contractors, Clinkette and Haida's own subsidiary company, is constructing the tiny homes. And just to be clear, we've constructed one tiny home as a model just to be able to have as a demonstration project to show people. We haven't created a program that that is looking to work in depth with any community on creating tiny home communities or villages. However, we are building this and would like to open this up to the public. We have first started demonstrating and showing these to some of the villages across Southeast Alaska, seeing if they have any interest in those. There is some interest in a couple of the villages that are looking to create these as not only just tiny homes for their own tribal citizens, but even for economic development opportunities that they would like to see in their communities as well. We're really at the beginning stages of this. One of the goals that we had for this 2021 year was to create a model to demonstrate and see how our crews would do with that. They did very well. It's a beautiful little tiny home. We are looking at other models to go ahead and create these tiny homes. And right now, I could tell you that we are pretty competitive, I believe, on our pricings for a tiny home. Our costs on this first one was a model. We were building it in conjunction while doing other projects. So if we had a couple hours here, a couple hours there, we would throw a crew onto it when we had time available. So it was really hard to nail down a fast, economical, cheap price on it. But we estimate that we will build one for approximately $50,000, depending on what kind of things that people are looking at wanting for some of their luxuries, what kind of counters they would like, what kind of furnishings they would like to see inside, of flooring, and etc. That all affects the price of a home being built.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you, Will, for your report. And actually, I want to say thank you to all of you for all your reports so far today. They've been very impressive with all the work that has been accomplished. And the one question I have, Will, as I know that these businesses and enterprises, you said they were very organic. They happened because we had a need and created them. But as we're looking to the future and needing to be competitive outside of our own tribal reinvestment with our services and our programs, are you looking to maybe separate those into their own LLC or something like that, where they can have less of a different kind of business structure for the operations and administration?
I think, thank you for that question, Jackie, very much. I think the tribe really got started, as you already said, we started it to focus on meeting our own needs with our enterprises. Right now, we are looking forward to other opportunities of investment that really does step outside of what our practice and model has been to this point. I really, as you're well aware, when you're looking at the future business investments, I really can't share what those really are, but I think the tribal delegates will be very excited to see some of the things that we're looking at here in the future, whether that happens in this next coming year or over the next few years. We certainly want to make sure that everybody knows that we are pushing and taking President Peterson as well as the delegates vision of making us economically sovereign to heart, and we're looking at all resources and avenues of accomplishing that.
Thank you.
I want to interject there and say also in Mr. Ware's report, he highlighted the recent hires of Janice Hotch and Jamie Cowan, and those are really part of that strategic effort to start planning out, well beyond and getting out of our own comfort area too. But anyhow, Marvin. You're muted, Marvin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that report, Will, and it was really well received.
I'm really excited about the direction and development that Central Council is doing under, yours and Mr. Peterson's leadership. One question I have is, it's an incredible amount of revenue that's coming into the tribe, and it's got to be, reinvested back out into the communities. And that takes a lot of manpower, infrastructure, and development. And I'm just wondering, what is your office doing to kind of help you do that? Because spending $50 million in a couple of years is not an easy task. It's extremely challenging, and I'm just wanting to know what type of infrastructure, pre-planning, and development that you've got to help you meet those goals and accomplish those the mission and get those funds spent.
Gunalchéesh, Marvin, I appreciate that. Well, I will tell you that our Office of Tribal Development is growing rapidly this year. We realize and recognize, as I said, we grew the Tribal Development Department organically when we realized the need for future growth opportunities for the tribe. We've started to increase our own staffing within tribal development, as well as business and economic development, to help us build our own capacity and infrastructure internally. We've also, I think you heard from the CFO, that we're looking at hiring our own enterprise accountant that will not only be able to give us in real-time reports, but also hopefully some projections of where we will be when we are looking at some financial analysts analyzing. We also work with some partners on the outside, for example, of mergers and acquisition specialists that will take a look at some of the businesses that we're looking at and help us give us a financial analysis of the sustainability of that, as well as of the viability of that for the tribe. If I could just take, I know we only have 5 minutes, but let me just, if I could as well, just answer some of the previous questions that you asked in regards to some of the due diligence, and it kind of answers maybe some of the questions that you have for me as well. In regards to, like, for example, 400 and 410, we still maintain leases with the state of Alaska that brings in approximately $1.5 million in rental revenue. And while we are in need of office space desperately, we are still holding on to those leases until we are at a point to where renovations are done and we can move in and then assume some of those spaces as they are vacating through attrition. As Roald had shared, our chief operating officers, all of our facilities receive that our program functions receive at full market value. And I think that's really important to say to everybody is that we receive reimbursement or leases from the BIA 105L program at a full market rate. And then in regards to the due diligence processes that we do for any businesses or any of our acquisitions that we do, for example, for any of our facilities, we go through a full structural, electrical, mechanical, as well as an environmental assessment before we get into any kind of negotiations. We want to know exactly what we're negotiating on. And so once we have that report, and it comes at no great expense or time and effort, we have that information as well. Once we enter into the negotiations, that we get into the financial viability and sustainability through some of our partner consultants as well. And I will say that this due diligence process has kept us from acquiring businesses, properties, facilities as well. It's kept us from acquiring some of these things that we didn't believe was a good acquisition for us. And so the process is working.
Thank you. Kathy?
Yes, I'm really excited about the tiny homes, but the biggest problem down here has been where to put them with sewer, electric, and road facilities, because since they aren't on wheels, they can't be considered mobile homes. And mobile home parks don't want to take them because of that, them not being on wheels. They have to have their own development in order to succeed from projects that I've seen. But the biggest question is, what are you planning to do with the 86 acres in North Douglas? That sounds like a really exciting, is it bare land that can be developed?
It is bare land, and we're working now to come up with a development plan for that property. We're also working with Housing Authority to develop some of the land. We want to use it both to meet unmet housing needs, but also as a for-profit venture too. So it's going to be, I think, a mixed use. And hopefully by next tribal assembly, we'll actually be able to share out our land use plan for that acreage.
Mhm.
Okay, Jessica.
Gunalchéesh, Mr. President, and Gunalchéesh, Mr. Ware, for your report. It's very much appreciated. My questions, one question and one comment. My question is, when we get the opportunity to actually have our building, or purchase our building here in the greater Seattle area, I know we're going to be working on expansion for different programs and services. Would those services and programs also include Sacred Shine auto detailing? Would that also include the catering services? Would that also include the ability for us to have the coffee shop located here with Sacred Grounds? I could see this helping so many of our tribal citizens who need employment in or rebuilding their employment. I currently work as the Elders Case Manager for the Seattle Indian Health Board. Many of our tribal citizens who I work with are some of those who are unsheltered or non-sheltered. And I would love to see this opportunity for them, because many of our elders who I work with are young. They want to work, they want to be a part of an active part of our community still. And I would love to see this as an opportunity for them to be able to give them job experience and get back their resumes rebuilding. I'm hoping that that will be something that we can look at. Would that be a possibility? That's my question. And then second, my comment is, when we're looking at the terms that we're using for our tiny homes, making sure that we don't, I really want to try and get us away from using the word homeless, because our people are never homeless. They are unsheltered or non-sheltered at the time, but they are always a part of our homes, our clan houses. And so I really want us to get away from that term if we possibly can. Again, once again, I lift my hands to you and thank you so much for your report. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
So the short answer is yes on the businesses. It's going to be where it makes sense. We've said that from the beginning. We've looked at folks like Seattle Indian Health Board and others, Chief Seattle Club as potential partners in some locations, but we had to get it right here before we take it out to other areas. I honestly don't see us ever doing a Sacred Shine in your area, because there are car detailing places aplenty. And you could say the same about coffee, but honestly, you could build one every 10 feet and probably still not have enough for my coffee consumption. The space we looked at that we're really keen on in Linwood, the first thing we identified was a location inside for coffee, because it's in an office park and there were no coffee vendors in the park. So that's an easy one. That is our goal. We plan to, create opportunity to expand and build. I want to be careful not to set an expectation that we're out to build tiny home communities. This is a for-profit venture, and tiny homes is a need that we've heard loud and clear. So our team built a model home so that we could demonstrate our capacity to do that. But we might be a part of the solution as a government in that, but I don't want you to put that on BED necessarily. We will work with communities. We do here in Juneau to address the issue of those that are needing homes. And so we hope this is a piece of that, but this is a for-profit venture. So I've seen this definitely touched a heartfelt nerve with folks. So, but I want to be clear that we're looking at ways that we can enjoy that economic sovereignty that we think as we provide educational opportunities, work opportunities, we can help reduce those without homes. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Peterson. It's interesting that Will and I come from the same sockeye house in Nuna. I guess these are just ideas I'd like to put on the radar. The reason I'm doing it, and I'd mention it, is because the fact that Angoon had a $10 million project for a ferry terminal, and absolutely nobody worked on that project from Angoon. Nobody. They said because none of our people were qualified. In the past, there was on-the-job training, and my father worked on the previous ferry terminal. He didn't have any training, and that ferry terminal stood there from the 70s until they took it apart a couple of years ago and put in the new ferry terminal system. So here's what is on the radar for Angoon. We had the airport project, and we were told by FAA and the Forest Service the only way locals would get hired on that project is if they have training and they're part of a union. And that didn't seem fair to me. You're spending all this, it's close to $30 million project for the airport, and they're not going to hire any locals unless you're part of a union or you have training. I've been part of, I've seen up in the Yukon area, maybe 10 years back, they built an airport and they wouldn't hire they wouldn't even hire me because I wasn't from the Russian mission. So I guess I'd like to see the opportunity of having tribal members working these projects. We also, the city of Angoon and the tribe are working on the harbor project. Everyone knows the Build Back funds out there. So there's two opportunities for the tribe to make a profit and hire tribal members within the community to work on these projects. I'll give you an example. I worked on the first CARES Act funds that came out. I administered those funds and hired local workforce here and trained them how to, well, they learned how to, I didn't train them. They learned how to install new laminate flooring. They took out and replaced windows. They replaced doors. So you look at the tribal office, it looks like brand spanking new building from what it was. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Last question, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to thank the report that was given on the tiny homes. And in my mind, I was wanting a definition of tiny homes. So if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. What we're talking about square footages, I guess, in my mind. And I have other comments once that answers.
I think the model that we had demonstrate, Mr. Williams, was that we have outside of our Southeast General Contractors facility on Channel Drive. I want to say it is 10 feet by 20. Might be. I don't think it's any wider than 10 feet, but it is by 20 foot.
Thank you. The other is more of a comment. I want you to know that your grandparents, your grandfather is my great uncle, and my wife is sharing your grandmother's name, Clinkette name. So we're a relative. So next time you're in Saxman, I expect you be at my house so we can have good Clinkette food dinner.
Gunalchéesh, you can count on it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to make sure, even though we're not clan relatives, that invitation extends to me.
Of course.
Me too.
Of course.
All right, well, thank you very much, everybody, for your questions. We're now going to move in. Actually, why don't we take a 10-minute refresh break, and we'll come back for our THTBC report. right, folks, let's start gathering back together. We'll be going into our THTBC report next. Give us just a second while we pull that up.
This is Sue, and I forgot how to raise my hand.
Sue, go ahead.
All right. Now I forgot my question, but I just wanted to, can I just raise it like this because I forgot how to do it on the computer?
You can, we'll try to see it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll have our THTBC report. Thank you.
Greetings, tribal citizens, delegates, Executive Council, and President Peterson. Many of you will recall I started as the first and only employee of THTBC after Tribal Assembly in 2014. In 2016, we acquired 100% of Kira. Mr. Carlos Garcia founded Kira in 1987. He and his management team stayed on, and he is currently our President and Chief Operating Officer. The acquisition created a 50 times increase in revenues. Since acquisition, we have grown THTBC revenues over 300% and EBITDA over 400%. Today, we have over 1,600 employees, operate in 30 states and multiple locations around the world. Last year, we had our first dividend paid back to Clinkette and Háw'aa for $1 million. This year, we will be paying a $945,238 dividend. We are committed to build a company with higher standards in the government services industry, a company that delivers for its employees, its customers, and its owners at a level never seen before in our industry. Over the years, many of the largest companies in the industry have grown by happenstance. Some won a very large contract that changed their trajectory. Some were at the right place at the right time, and this led to their growth. Some have grown by acquisition, buying their way to growth. To my knowledge, none of our competitors have grown by carefully and collectively developing and adhering to a long-term strategy and executing on it for many years or decades. We continue to add capabilities and locations in our existing lines of business. We have been adding in other areas such as training services, the space industry, international logistics, and aviation services. At THTBC, we believe that there is a better way. We believe that by building a best-in-class management team and investing in our employees at all levels of the company, we can do better. As a tribally owned company, we enjoy many advantages over our competitors. This creates additional opportunities as we explore avenues for growth. We have carefully developed and are executing a strategy that capitalizes on our advantages. I can think of no other native, entity-owned company that strives to have the corporate culture that we live by. I can think of none that values its employees as much as we do. I can think of none that consistently delivers the level of performance on contracts, the growth in earnings, percentage of bids that are successful, the management of costs, productivity of the workforce, and many other metrics to the level we have achieved. We are raising the bar and implementing a strategy that does not duplicate the strategy of our competitors. Our company was built on a foundation of principles that promote transparency, honesty, and teamwork, and strives for excellence in all that we do. We employ tactics and strategies to ensure continued growth and pride ourselves on hiring the best-in-class executives and employees to ensure that we reach and exceed our goals. We treat each other with dignity and respect. We prioritize, document, double-check, learn, and train to stay ahead of the competition and create career paths rather than jobs. Furthermore, we understand that our industry is constantly evolving. Therefore, we continuously measure, track, improve, and adapt to our environment to ensure our continued success. Working together as a team, we develop our strategic plan. Then, having buy-in from the entire team, we implement our plan. I know of no other company that truly does it this way. Our push for excellence comes from within our company rather than being hammered down by a board of directors or myself as the CEO. Our goals are company-wide. We do not have divisional or departmental awards. Everyone pulls in the same direction. We are convinced that this is one of the primary reasons that we have no company politics. Our level of teamwork is second to none. Our executives embrace our corporate culture and make a decision to stay with our company so that they can grow with the company. We know we are on the right track and can support our conclusions with evidence. The goals of THTBC are simple. We strive to offer the best government contract services at the most competitive prices so we may ensure the continued growth and financial stability of the company to help ensure the economic sovereignty of the Tlingit and Haida tribe. We ensure this success by demanding top quality service from all of our contracts and do so by hiring the best in the business. As the company continues to grow at a steady yet satisfying rate, we provide the best possible training for current and future employees to ensure we retain and recruit top industry talent. We pride ourselves on the fact that our attrition rates are some of the lowest in the industry because we treat our employees as we want to be treated, and their loyalty is paid back tenfold. Simply put, our reputation in the industry is built on a foundation of professionalism, loyalty, and trust. When THTBC acquired Kira, THTBC was 1% the size it is today. Kira was 1/3 of the size it is today. Profits were 1/4 of what they are today. Simply stated, it has been an excellent transaction. Since the acquisition of Kira in mid-2016, we have always been profitable. In 2021, THTBC recorded its highest revenue in the company's history. The company is expected to continue to grow as newly awarded contracts come online. It is noteworthy that the company has defended all of its important recompetes and does not face any new ones for the next 3 years. We grew our revenues by 30% this year. Moreover, we have maintained our excellent level of contract performance while keeping our employees safe during a global pandemic. The amount of extra work this took cannot be overstated. We closed 2021 with total annual revenues of $184 million and a net income of $3.2 million for the year. Other areas that grew were the company's backlog, the number of employees, the number of locations, the number of industries, and the number of partners, and contract awards all grew. THTBC expects 2022 to get off to a slow start similar to what we've seen in prior years. We anticipate building on contracts won but not yet awarded, and will pick up momentum in the second half of the year. We will be taking advantage of our growing past performance and number of security cleared employees and bidding higher margin work as we go forward. With our reference to projections for 2022, we are budgeting $225 million in revenues and a $4 million net income for 2022. Looking forward, we are projecting to continue to grow our revenue, net income, and profit margins. Even though we are still in a global pandemic, we have a war in Europe, battling supply chain shortages, inflation is the highest it's been in 40 years, and interest rates are rising, we are still bullish on the future of our company over the long run. During the next 5 years, THTBC is expected to double in size once again. As a reminder, this has been our strategy from the start. We are executing the exact strategy we laid out 5 years ago and presented at Tribal Assembly each year. Our success and growth have created a number of opportunities for our tribal citizens. We have been working with Clinkette and Haida to help improve our visibility with our tribal citizens. This really is a great place to work. We have a number of opportunities at Clinkette Haida Tribal Business Corporation. We always have 50 to 70 job openings. We have current openings in Juneau to add to our 28 staff that we have here locally. We really mean it when we say we create careers rather than jobs. This is a great place and people really like working for us. Our employee ratings are the highest in the industry. Give us a try, I'll bet you'll like us. Our future continues to look promising. The rate of growth in revenue and profits continue upward. The company's robust and growing backlog of work would indicate that this is likely to continue. There are many additional accomplishments that create value that are not listed on our balance sheet. The value of the company's brand name and reputation are well known. Our past performance, top secret security clearance, and hundreds of millions of dollars in backlog are examples of this hidden extra value. We are in a position to compete against any company in our verticals. We attract talent that is best in class. We have the best portfolio with the most prestigious partners in the mentor-protege program. Simply stated, we are in a very, very strong position. Last year, we had our first dividend paid back to Tlingit and Haida for $1 million. This year, we will be paying a $945,238 dividend. We fully recognize the value that these unrestricted funds will have on all members of the tribe. We are honored to work for this board of directors, the executive council, and the company's ultimate owners. Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh. Our entire executive team is grateful to our board and the executive council for their support. We recognize the value of a stable board providing consistent direction. Among the most significant decisions for which the team is grateful is the fact that our board has directed management to take the long view and build a strong foundation for an enduring company. Unlike most boards that concern themselves with short-term results, your vision and focus on the long-term consistency and discipline have served as a bedrock for THTVC's success to date. Equally important, the board and executive council actions have resulted in a tremendous amount of company loyalty and goodwill among our management team. I can say with no hesitation that every one of our executives feels purposeful in contributing to the well-being of our tribe. To each of them, their job is more than just a paycheck. They are passionate about the contribution that they make to Clinkette and Háw'aa. It is an honor to be associated with such a fine group of individuals. All of us are committed to doing all that we can to support THTVC and Clinkette and Háw'aa. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you very much for that report, Richard. Are there any questions for Richard? Ben?
Thank you. Check in the mic. Mic working?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I was wondering, Richard, you guys are going in great leaps and bounds. I certainly appreciate the work that you're doing. The question I have is, do you have any of our tribal citizens in the executive management program? And how many of our tribal citizens are in that program or in leadership now?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Cornell. It's similar to the questions I've had the last few years, of course. And the answer is no. I mean, other than myself, no. Have we tried recruiting? Yes, a number of times.
Thank you. It's just you're such a valuable asset. I'd hate to lose you for any one of the number of reasons. We just need somebody of your caliber or are equal to you for the future. I thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Ben. Monaco?
Hey, Richard. I had a question. On page 9 of your report, you were showing, you chose to show pictures of NASA, Goddard, and Kennedy Space. Can you comment on some of the work that you were doing with that?
Certainly. But, you know, if you don't mind, because the timing of the video is really short, so I didn't get to do a proper introduction, so I want to do that. And I'll answer your question. Tawani kaknakleo hatusak, tashio hatusak, yechna hatsati, kiksadi ayahat, gagan hit ayahat, chiatan yari ayahat, shakwan hatsati, Gunalchéesh Linkett, Gunalchéesh Hoho, Háw'aa, Hostess, Háw'aa. Good morning, President Peterson, President Emeritus Edward K. Thomas, Executive Council Vice Presidents Catherine Edwards, Will Micklin, Rob Sanderson Jr., Tasha Hotch, Delbert Kadek, Ralph Wolf, and emerging leader, Ms. Kita. Greetings to our tribal host, Fred Lauth, and tribal hostess, Millie Schoonover, A&B Graham President, Marcelo Quinto, and ENS Graham President, Daphne Albee. Good morning, General Counsel Madeline Soboleff-Levy, Chief Operating Officer Roald Helgeson, Chief Financial Officer Teresa Belton, and Chief Development Officer Will Ware. Greetings, delegates and tribal citizens. Thank you. I'm sorry, but you know it's just like the proper way to do it. So you picked up on the pictures of NASA. That's good. In NASA Kennedy Space Center, we are doing pretty much our traditional facility support service type services. At Goddard, we are actually doing scientific work. We have engineers and scientists and professional staff, about 70 to 80 of them on staff at Goddard. And similar at Wallops Island, we have professional staff there as well. So we have those 3 locations and then some roving small minor things that we do from time to time. What happened was we had a mentor protege agreement with ATK Orbital, which came from our board member, General Ronald Fogelman used to sit on their board. He made the introduction after he left that board. we got the Menor Protege. And then when Northrop Grumman bought ATK, the Menor Protege switched over. So all of these people were former ATK orbital employees. They became our employees in this Menor Protege agreement. So we've expanded and grown the relationship from there over the last few years.
Thank you, Richard. Any other questions for Richard? No, we'll go into our Washington, D.C. report.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, Honorable President Peterson, Vice Presidents, Delegates, and distinguished hostess and host, Millie Schoonover and Fred Lauth Sr. Friends, greetings to you from Washington, D.C., where spring has sprung anew, and with it, renewed hope for a more just and honorable policy toward Alaska Natives and tribal governments in Alaska. I'm Phil Baker-Schenk, my English name. My Clinkette name is Ijaa, that was given to me 2 decades ago as part of my honorary adoption into the Clinkette Nation as a member of the Dog Salmon clan of the Raven moiety, at the hands of Edward K. Thomas, Dog Salmon representative, and Dr. Walter Soboleff, distinguished Dog Salmon clan leader. This for me is a distinct honor and privilege. This adoption I cherish as a non-Indian, as an ally, and as an advocate for Central Council Clinkette and ijaa. I first set foot in the Andrew Hope building back in the late 1980s, when I was asked to help lead a training on tribal self-determination for tribes in Southeast Alaska. And that led to negotiations here in the early 1990s that converted the entire BIA Southeast Agency office into a tribal self-governance operation, the first ever in Indian country. That helped set the stage in 1993 for what became a hard-fought battle to restore Central Council Clinkette Haida to the list of federally recognized tribal governments maintained by the Interior Department. That was a struggle that ended with a resounding legislative victory that has made a world of difference ever since then for Clinkette and ijaa. There have been, and we have seen, stunning changes in federal Indian policy in your and my lifetimes. The self-determination era that began in the 1970s, the Indian Child Welfare Act in the late 1970s, the twin eras of tribal self-governance and tribal gaming that began in the 1980s and 90s. We saw NAHASDA, the housing program, take off in the mid-90s, along with 477 programs, consolidating multiple department programs, and then VAWA in the 2000s, which were followed by a number of post-recession financial aid packages like the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, or ERA. And then in the COVID pandemic era, the CARES Act and the Consolidated Appropriations Act in the year 2020. And last year, the American Rescue Plan Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. TNH and TNH advocacy have been at the forefront of many of these national victories. The engagement by TNH leadership has shaped federal Indian policy for every tribe, and it has directly benefited TNH programs and services. Clinkette and Haida today is recognized as being a major player in Indian country. You should be proud of your role and status. Your president today is regularly consulted by top leadership in the federal government, and your successes as a tribe and as a tribal service provider in your region are held up as a model for other tribes. The federal money on the table that is within the reach of TNH and other tribes has grown exponentially from the days of $10,000 technical assistance and planning grants. Today, tribes administer tens of millions of dollars. And with that great money and with that great opportunity comes great responsibility and great challenge. Like fishing when the salmon are running, we best catch and can what we can while we can, because the federal relationship ebbs and flows in cycles, just like the collapse and recovery cycles of salmon fisheries. The Biden-Harris administration's current fiscal 23 budget request dramatically shifts federal Indian policy once again, for the better. For the first time ever, it would move contract support cost funding, or CSC, and it would move Section 105L leasing funding to the mandatory side of the federal budget. It shifts IHS funding as well from discretionary funding category to the mandatory classification of funding. All of these moves will further stabilize funding levels to tribal governments like TNH, and it better reflects the trust and treaty obligations that are owed. The administration's fiscal 23 appropriations proposal requests $9.1 billion for IHS for next year. That would be the first year in a 10-year plan to close the IHS funding gaps, with IHS funding projected to reach $36.7 billion by 2032, 10 years from now. The Biden administration's proposal for BIA funding at $2.8 billion and for Bureau of Indian Education funding at $1.6 billion is more modest than what is requested for IHS, but it includes some notable increases in public safety efforts that are related to missing and murdered Indian people. And HUD is requesting about $1 billion next year to support expanded affordable housing in Indian country. All of the increased federal funding in recent years has focused more federal policy attention on the interplay of tribes in Alaska and ANCs in the Alaska, and the roles that each of those entities carry in Alaska Native communities. How are the roles different between Native tribes and Native corporations? How are they the same? And how can they best work together? One area where a government and a corporation are different from each other is in how they exercise authority over people and property. Ownership of land and jurisdiction over land are separate matters in the law. And this is most evident when it comes to the topic of land and trust and Indian country. On that issue, tribal trust land in Alaska, we are about to see a sea change. For decades, TNH has led efforts within Alaska to pressure the BIA and the Interior Department to accept land in trust for tribes, just like BIA does in the lower 48. I'm happy to report, or at least forecast, that we do expect that TNH will soon finally see the results of its advocacy work, and hopefully see the beginning of the restoration of the old Indian village in Juneau back into trust. Another area where tribal governments are different from corporations is in public safety and jurisdiction. Congress and the Biden-Harris administration, thanks to the distinctive and active leadership of Senator Lisa Murkowski, recently Congress enacted a law that authorizes special tribal criminal jurisdiction by Alaska tribal governments for the sake of general public safety. This was unimaginable 1 or 2 decades ago. As of last month, it is now federal law. Regardless of the future shifts of power in Washington, D.C., it does look like climate change will continue to change federal priorities. There is increasing focus, especially for coastal communities, in both moderating the impacts of that impending climate change and in terms of adapting to it. Left largely unaddressed is the catastrophic erosion of native subsistence opportunities in the face of climate change, and the native cultures that rely on subsistence for survival. Finally, I want to say a word on Alaska's political presence in Washington, D.C. For decades, Alaska's federal clout has been larger than life. The collective muscle flexed by Senators Ted Stevens and Frank Murkowski and Representative Don Young was without match for years. Then Senator Lisa Murkowski has taken on that task and brought it to an even higher level, as she has worked with Don Young and Senator Sullivan on many issues that are vital to Alaska, while carving out for herself distinctive leadership on many other national issues. In many ways, Lisa has made Alaska and Alaskan interests, especially Alaska Native interests, a top national priority. But the loss of Congressman Don Young to Alaska and to Alaska Native interests is simply incalculable. And that loss will be felt for a long time in the House of Representatives. Don Young's footprint was a very big footprint. And since the race now to succeed Don is so overcrowded, Alaska Native voters have a ripe chance to unify and determine the winning candidate statewide, someone who will commit to continuing this evolution of state and federal policy toward greater recognition of tribal government authority. If you think that's simply unimaginable, just look back at what has changed in the past 3 decades. Well, that's a brief summary of my report from Washington, D.C. If there's time in a few minutes, I will try to field any questions or respond to any comments or insults you might have. Thank you, in all seriousness, thank you for the opportunity to be your advocate and your ally. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you, Phil. I see we have a question from President Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I just want to thank Mr. Bakershamp for his continued work on land and the trust for Alaska tribes. You know, it's been a long time coming, and it's something that we've worked on for many years. But I appreciate all your work on that. And also on another comment, I'm hoping that the tribes will get together and somehow find a way to beat out Sarah Palin. She's not going to be one bit of help for us in in Congress. Just really, I know when I was in Clinkette and Haida, I tried for 2 months to get an audience with her, and calls were never returned. And I saw her in person one day and told her, and she said, well, here's my personal secretary, give me your email. So I got the email and I sent that. Never got any responses of her either. So, and it was all for child development, which is an important issue for our tribe. But once again, Philip, thank you for your report. I always look forward to listening to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gunalchéesh, Mr. President. Háw'aa.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Bakershank? I just want to say on behalf of the tribe, Phil, Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, it's a real pleasure working with you. And sorry, I do see a question came up. Clinton Cook.
Thank you, President Peterson. I have a comment for Mr. Bankershank regarding subsistence and our values. Some of our subsistence lives are lost due to some federal regulations. And now that the government is in the forefront with the Biden administration, I think that's an area we need to continue to attack. Another area in the subsistence realm that we need to attack is amending the Marine Mammal Act to allow the blood quantum to be taken to harvest a marine mammal. Our bloodlines are thinning every generation, and to have a 1/4 blood quantum to harvest sea otters is really affecting our shellfish population in Southeast. We'd love to see it changed to a tribal membership, whatever you want to call it. The tribes issue a tribal membership card that gives you a right to harvest marine mammals. I think, around Craig, I'll never be able to teach my grandson how to harvest clams because there's none. It's something that we will lose if we don't continue this fight on that particular marine mammal. And I think it's throughout Southeast. I've seen sea otter recently in Ketchikan and in Kasan, and they'll destroy everything on the bottom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Phil?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Cook. Your point is very well taken. This has been an objective of Clinkette and Haida, getting the change in the Marine Mammal Act. It's been the objective of Clinkette and Haida for several years. And our hope is that either in the Farm Bill reauthorization next year or some parallel effort, since subsistence is very much part of food as well as culture, you can't separate the two, that we may have some opening. Our hope had been that Don Young could help carry that. So we will have to feel our way past the new players on that issue, but it is a very important issue to the long-term survival of the tribe. And it's not a statute, it's a regulatory restriction that was dreamed up by unelected bureaucrats in the federal government many decades ago. And so the effort will not be just to change the statute, but to get this Biden administration to wake up to that injustice and undue restriction and lift the blood quantum requirement, the minimum blood quantum requirement. So thank you. A word on Ms. Palin. She's one of 40 or 48 or at least around 4 dozen contenders. And as I said earlier, it basically is up to the Alaska Native population who your next member of Congress is. And I think the odds are very good that properly organized and focused and unified, you'll be happy with the outcome of that. So thank you, Mr. President Martin, and thank you, President Peterson, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Phil. There are a couple more questions. Vice President Sanderson.
Yeah, could you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
All right, Phil, could you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So regarding some Marine Mammal Protection Act and the blood quantum, you hear a lot of different things that may happen if the act is opened up, and one of them is the native preference being taken out. And, you know, a lot of things changing that will not favor tribes. What's the possibility of that? Nobody speaks about that one.
There is always that threat. Thank you, Mr. Sanders, Rob, for raising that. There's always a risk when Congress is asked to do something good that they end up intentionally or sometimes unintentionally doing just the exact opposite, which is why one avenue here is a regulatory change by the Biden administration. I don't yet have any confidence that they understand the importance of this issue, and that's some work that we need to all collectively lean in on and get accomplished while they're in office. But you point to real risk, yes.
Yeah, and just one more question, Mr. President, through the chair, if I may. Phil, as you know, that the Xaad are wreaking havoc on our shellfish population here in Southeast Alaska. I toured Cordova Bay, southern Cordova Bay last year, and our beaches are pretty much desolate of clams and cockles right now, and abalone. It looks, the potholes are numerous on a lot of our harvesting areas in Cordova Bay, and coming up Kaigani Straits from Cape Misan towards Helcan, it looked like we counted about, probably we estimated about 300 Xaad coming down the straits, and they're just going everywhere. And hopefully, our delegation, our DC delegation, will be able to help us on that. And I don't know what part of that in the Marine Mammal Protection Act that would play, but I'll tell you what, if this keeps going on any longer, we're not going to have nothing left to harvest. And yeah, so hopefully we can get some kind of help in that arena, because that's a huge issue here in Southeast Alaska. So I appreciate your time. Well, thank you for everything you do for the tribe.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Lovey? Lovey Brock? Lovey, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay,
There.
can you hear me?
I can. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. President, and thank you for that report. I was wondering if there was anything more that we as tribal members can do to help put our land into trust.
Thank you, Ms. Brock, for that question. You have commissioned as delegates your leadership to put in, I think, more applications than any other tribe on record. Some of those applications date back to several presidents' terms back well over 12 years. And those are very ripe for decision. So you have, as a tribe, at the request of delegates, individuals, citizens, pushed that as a top priority. Individually, I think it's always important for the Alaskan delegation to hear from constituents on this issue in support. So that's one thing. And then the other is in all these tribal consultations where they hear from tribal leaders, but also from individual citizens of tribes on occasions, to raise this as a continuing concern. If you don't, no one else will. And so we have to keep this in front of decision makers so they know this is a continuing long-term unaddressed priority.
Thank you.
Gunalchéesh.
Háw'aa.
Thank you. I'm going to take these last two questions and Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Peterson. My concern is the same as Mr. Sanderson with the thinning bloodline and the blood quantum. I think Alaska has 229 federally recognized tribes, and their sovereignty should be honored by going to them and ask them what is their solution to the blood quantum issue. Every tribe will have a different solution based on their needs and how to serve their tribal members. It's concerning to me because we could totally lose it all at once if the blood quantum drops below the federal guidelines. We'll no longer be recognized and will just be a part of Americans, and that's concerning to me. And I hope we can solve that in the near future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Albert. Cecilia?
Thank you, Mr. President. This might sound like a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Mr. Bakershank, do tribes have an advantage by conducting a meets and bounds description of traditional territories around each of our communities?
Well, good question. Thank you. It's a complex answer. Be happy to talk more by email or otherwise after. But the short answer is it's an open question in federal law. What is a traditional dependent Indian community? Which arguably, and we have argued that, an Indian village, traditional Indian village area.
Hey, John. I'm trying to, I can't
mute him.
A traditional Indian village is what fits under the federal law that recognizes a dependent Indian community area. And that is the meets and bounds, as you say, or the outer edges of a village area. And so we have made that argument, and we will continue to make that argument when we are, as part of the FEDA Trust application process. There is also a reservation proclamation process that goes hand in hand with that, which then more formally recognizes that area as within the jurisdiction of the tribal government.
So are you saying that each community has some work to do, or are you speaking from the T&H perspective?
Each community has some work, including T&H as the regional tribe, yes. It's all our collective fight here, is to recapture what used to be.
Thank you.
And restricted village town sites, restricted fee allotments, and trust parcels all are within the boundaries of the larger dependent Indian community, which is subject to tribal jurisdiction. That would be our approach. We're trying to get the federal government to recognize it. We need to do this step by step. The first step here has been the FEDA Trust application process, but it's part of the overall, recovery of land back that is so important to the people and culture and governments.
Gunalchéesh. Thank you.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa.
Thank you. I see there's a hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow one last question, then we're going to move on. Ozzy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is probably through the chair, I guess, with Richard, with Phil standing by you. My concern is the scholarship that's given out right now to the college students. I've been there since 1975, and the scholarships that are given out are the same thing since 1975. And tuition's been going up 10% a year every year for all these years. What I'd like to see, probably through the Executive Council, because I couldn't get through the resolutions committee, but we needed an increase on those. The tuition's going up 10% a year. Like for instance, the tuition cost about 40 to 50,000 just that alone. And all the corporations, see Alaska, Gold Bills, Clinkette, Totem, copied Clinkette. They gave the same awards as we did a long time ago. And now today, Gold Bill's the only one that's trying to increase it. I think they give about 6,000 a year now. Clinkette is still the same. Those see Alaska and Totem. And I'm not sure why scholarships were just the same since 1975. I'm not sure if it's, but what I'd like to see is us increasing the scholarships, like all the other programs get increases. If you understand what I mean. Like Clinkette gives out, I think, what, less than 2,000 a semester, which is hardly anything at all. The reason I followed it because my granddaughter's in school now. She pays 40,000 just for tuition, and she has to borrow every loan program there is, just because there's no other grants out there. But I'm asking Clinkette, I guess you as maybe with Phil Bakershank listening, see how can we get more increases on just the scholarships alone. I know we get increases on the admin, but not on scholarships. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Ozzy. I'll turn to Phil and Rolled on this. If you want
to. Thank you, Ozzy. Good to see you. I'll just say that you're right. The BIA funding source on tribals, money to tribes for Indian students as scholarship money has remained flat over the years, and that's a real problem. That used to be a much bigger share of the money that they send than it is today, and it does really limit what. And we have many more students, which is part of their problem. And it's a good thing that we have many more students. There are some colleges, higher ed, that provide tuition-free education. Yeah. Fort Lewis, I know a good number of Clinkette students have gone there. Yes. To the credit. So there are options, but I wish your granddaughter very well in her undertaking, and it is something that is one of the most hurtful unmet needs that hold people back, that continues to exist in the BIA budget. And I think I'm right in saying that the president and the Executive Council have been pushing for this and other corrections to the federal appropriations, and will continue to do that.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Roll.
To our delegates' question, it's a very good question. And in addition to what Mr. Bakershank described as the need to bring more resources into the tribe from the federal government, we are also looking internally, recognizing that the costs of education have gone up, as our delegate rightly stated. Our employment and training and our cultural heritage and education are currently assessing and moving forward to put a new recommendation on a funding matrix that lists the amount that we can provide for our tribal citizens per year. Currently on the education side, it's $3,000 per year for a full-time compact community student. And then we also provide supplemental payments at the end of the year, which depends on the number of students that are enrolled in order for those supplemental payments, but we will see that increase per student. Also, we appreciate the unrestricted revenues that are now beginning to come into the tribe to support our students through education. All that will see an increase to our students who are out there now that are facing increased costs in order to get their education. Háw'aa, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes our question and answer on the Washington, D.C. report. And now I'm going to turn to our emerging leader, Lingít Translation, for a report.
Hello, thank you, President Richardson. I am the 2021 and 2022 Emerging Leader. My name is Lingít Translation. I live in Seattle, Washington. I am Clinkette and I am from the Eagle Clan. My mother is Joey Translation and is a delegate for the Seattle chapter. My aunt is Cher and is a delegate for the Seattle chapter as well. And my grandfather is Omer Translation and he is from Cloak. I want to thank every member of Clinkette and Ijaa today for hosting an amazing first day of Tribal Assembly. Thank you, Tribal Host Fred Lauth and Tribal Hostess Millie, the Emeritus President Ed Thomas, President Peterson, Executive Council, the Youth Commission, delegates, citizens, elders, and our ancestors. I also want to thank our ancestral knowledge for leading us to this very day. Throughout the hardships this world has shown our people, we have been resilient and continue to persevere. Using our power to uplift each other, we will only pave ways for better days. We will go forward together. As your 2021-2022 Emerging Leader, I would like to report for my first 6 months as serving as your Emerging Leader. When I was elected this position, I was unsure of what to expect. I was excited about the opportunity to serve the community and gain knowledge from exceptional leaders who are truly making a difference for the Indigenous community. The first Executive Council meeting, I remember being so anxious. Sorry, my dogs. I apologize for that because I am not the, okay, sorry, give me 1 second, okay. I remember my first Executive Council meeting and being so anxious because I'm not comfortable with public speaking and I have a lot of social anxiety and I couldn't imagine doing a speech for the council, but here I am today. This experience has changed my life for the better and has given me so much confidence in my own abilities. This position has taught me to use my voice and stand in my truth. As someone who hasn't had their voice for very long, it's been an empowering experience for me. Having the opportunity to sit in Executive Council meetings has been such an honor. It's been a privilege to learn about bylaws, resolutions, programming, and the whole process of what change looks like in a legislative level. I am honored to work with so many selfless leaders who dedicate so much of their time and energy to their community. In addition, it's been a pleasure to be a part of the Youth Commission Board. It's so inspiring to know that there are so many young people that are passionate about being the change that they want to see in this world. I am very blessed for our meeting because we have so many amazing teach-ins and leaders who show up for us. As a young adult, it may be intimidating to enter the political world, so to have the support from our elders and leaders truly is a special experience for us. I've had the pleasure to be involved in the judiciary meetings as well. Spectating these meetings has only shown how meticulous and detail-oriented our justice members are, and I commend their hard work for everything that they do for our community. As your emerging leader, I propose a project to bring awareness to missing and murdered Indigenous persons. Initially, I started this project with an art project known as the Red Road Challenge, which I do intend on to do. But life happens, and I've been given this opportunity to do a clothing capsule with Human Nation for Indigenous Month. For those who don't know what Human Nation is, it is a brand under the company that I work for, which is the House of Love, Respect, and Care. They are a sustainable fashion brand and a B Corp company. You may know two of their co-founders as Russell and Sierra Wilson. This clothing capsule will consist of 3 graphic designs, and I will be leading this project. I am currently seeking out Indigenous graphic designers, photographers, videographers, content creators. It's going to be very this project will utilize flow codes, which is a type of technology that uses QR codes. So for those who want maybe kind of like a reference of what a QR code is, it's basically kind of a little, I don't know, design that you can use on your phone, and then you just use your camera and it redirects you to a link. And so we're going to be implementing QR codes in telling the story of our people. I will be telling the story with 3 different themes that affect the Indigenous community in regards to mental health. one of which is going to be the missing and murdered Indigenous persons. I hope that this project not only creates visibility for missing or murdered Indigenous persons, but creates a dialogue regarding Indigenous persons issues. In addition, 3% of the sales will be donated to the organizations aligned with the theme. So I'm currently kind of working on that right now. I'm currently in the early stages of this project, and I am unable to disclose or answer that many questions just because I am early on in this, but I will be providing progress reports each month for executive council meetings. As a token of respect for my fellow youth commission, I would like to formally invite the youth commission to be a part of this project in any capacity. I'm very grateful to be given a task that truly can bring awareness to our mental health and social issues. I hope to do my due diligence by completing this project with the utmost respect for our community. For the remainder of this term, I look forward to working on this project with the Youth Commission Board. In addition, I look forward to finding the support of tribal leaders to participate in this art project, Red Road, which would truly provide us healing so we all can move forward together. I'm looking forward to mentoring and uplifting the next emerging leader. The candidates this year were exceptional, and I'm very blessed to work with whoever is elected. You all did an amazing job, and regardless of who is elected, I truly hope you know that you are all powerful and courageous. It takes a lot of courage to be in a forum like this, and you are all so eloquent and accomplished, and it is truly a reflection of the leadership and examples that you have been all surrounded by. So I commend every single one of you, and if any of you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I try to keep an open door policy for me just because I know how it is in this world. So I want to thank everyone for an amazing first tribal assembly, and we will move forward together. So thank you, Gunalchéesh.
Thank you, Jalen. Any questions for Jalen? Well, I commend you on a great job, Jalen. Thank you so much. I know we're at the end of the day. I don't want to cut anybody off. If there's any questions that people might have got after hearing the reports, we can give a few more minutes for any questions that you might have. Oh, Jessica.
It's not so much a question as it is a comment. I wanted to thank our emerging leader for her hard work and her dedication. It's not an easy thing to step into this arena, and you've done it with grace and poise. So I appreciate all of your hard work. Gunalchéesh, thank you. And I look forward to seeing more of your hard work continue.
Thank you, Jessica. Anybody else? Frank?
Hello, this is Frank. Thank you. I just have a comment. You know, the governor had talked about the ferry system, and I was watching the news the other day, and they were talking about increasing the ferry system because the tourists are going to be coming to Alaska. You know, when the Chilkat came to Háw'aa, that was a big deal. We had a ferry system that operated during the winter that was able to, and we were able to get out of town because the planes weren't flying. Now that the tourists are coming, they're increasing the ferry system during the summer. So I'm kind of made me a little, I don't know how to say it, but anyway, I don't think that's right. The ferry system, you know, like Háw'aa and Gunalchéesh and all the smaller communities that depend on it to get in and out and get groceries and stuff like that is very critical in a winter. You know, I really think that we really need to push on the ferry system during the winter, because like I said, even this winter I got stuck in Juneau for about 4 or 5 days, and I couldn't come in, but there was no ferry to bring me home. So I think that we need to kind of push that ferry system. I enjoyed the reports this morning. Gunalchéesh, and talk to you again later. Okay, thank you.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Any other last questions for today? Tasha?
Thank you, President Peterson.
We can't hear you, Tasha.
Okay, I was
Oh,
trying to
there you are.
figure out where to go so I could talk. I just wanted to thank Jalen for her service. And one of the things to me that's a sign of an up and coming leader is the ability to share your opinion when you're not sure how it's going to be received. And she was really good at speaking up on topics. And I think our executive team took what she had and listened to her and appreciated the perspective that she brought. And I just wanted to share that, since she had said she had some anxiety about participating in that way. I just thought it wasn't easy to notice that there was anxiety there, because she held her own very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Gil, do you have one? You're muted. Give Tasha a second. There you go. Go ahead, Gil.
I want to thank you for all you've done, and seeing me one time for about an hour and a half. It was really good to see you, not in person, but hopefully we'll do that pretty soon again. I have to say that it really has been difficult for me to get on the online and working computers, but I'm learning with a lot of help. And I just want to say Gunalchéesh. Thank you. Háw'aa. Bye-bye.
Gunalchéesh. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. Oh, was there another? All right, well, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll stand at ease till tomorrow morning. Thank you all, and congratulations on our first day.